Hey gang, so warbanks have finally been fixed, and they are super awesome. Here's the 60-second guide to everything you need to know about them. Do this before tomorrow's pre-patch, as this is going away. Hey gang, so one of the things changing with the pre-patch is that hello gang, welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show. So for today's stream, we are, of course, being a Friday, we're going to be heading back onto the beta, and we will be testing out some more professions. We're going to look at leveling paths, we're going to look at the talent specs, all of that good stuff. Now, what we will want to do is essentially, yeah, like I said, we'll look through the talent trees, we'll look at what what I think is going to be the best builds that we want to take. Just give me a second. I'm noticing that we have a bit of an issue with our chat, it appears. Let me see if I can't just get that fixed real quick. There we go. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. Technical issues are sort of a given here. But yeah, so today we're going to be looking at blacksmithing and leatherworking. We've already done deep dives into tailoring. We've done a deep dive into engineering. We looked at alchemy as well. And so I thought it makes sense to go through the other gear crafting professions. If you haven't seen the other streams or checked out the videos on demand, essentially what we were doing is we already identified quite a few interesting things actually for the other professions just by tinkering around with them on the beta. For tailoring, we found out that actually cloth will only drop for tailors in the War Within, which could be a massive game changer, right? That very likely means that cloth is no longer going to be as cheap as it was in previous expansions. In past expansions, cloth has dropped for everyone, with tailors having an increased drop chance due to a buff that they get. In the War Within, based on the descriptions of the items themselves, it seems that the cloth will only be dropping for tailors. Now, if that's the case, that means mats are going to be a lot more expensive, right? Tailoring previously, one of the reasons why it worked so well for an alt army especially was because of the fact that you could get the mats very cheap, right? So it was easy to do something like the tailoring cloth cooldowns, especially in Dragonflight, but most expansions had a cloth cooldown that you could just sort of guarantee yourself some profit on. And so it was in Dragonflight extremely profitable to have tailoring and alchemy on any alts that you weren't using the professional slots for anything else with. You could just slap tailoring and alchemy on them and sort of be guaranteed that you would make some gold. In the War Within, that was our initial plan, but now we're not so sure, right? I mean, I think the cloth cooldowns will still be valuable. It's probably just going to cost a bit more to be able to take part in that. Now, when we looked at alchemy, we also figured out that actually the transmutations, are confusing as all heck, right? Like there's, it was a bunch of mumbo jumbo that doesn't really make too much sense. So I'm still not sure that I fully understand exactly how transmutation works. Mainly because of the fact that there's all sorts of different things that you're transmuting into and out of and so forth. But the main cooldown, or the main item that we thought transmutation would be powerful, doesn't actually have a cooldown. So really, if you have one alchemist who can run that, who can convert everything to the epic gems, because epic gems will be coming from alchemy this time around, and I cannot for the life of me remember what the item is called. But in any case, the point is that it's not going to necessarily scale super well with an alt army. That said, alt armies are still going to be the most powerful that they've ever been in the War Within, simply because of the fact that we have the concentration system, right? And the concentration system is basically a new crafting resource that will regen slowly over time. And you'll have a pool of 1,000 concentration that you will get per character, per profession, that you can use to guarantee the next rank up. So if you're crafting gear, you can guarantee it at rank 4. You can use concentration to bridge the gap to guarantee a rank 5 craft. Similarly, if you're crafting materials, right, you can only guarantee a rank 2. Well, you can use concentration to make up the difference. And so as a result, you can very directly translate concentration into gold, where, let's say, otherwise you would need to use maybe rank 3 materials to guarantee a higher level, or the highest level crafting quality on any of your items. Well, with concentration, you can just use up your concentration to avoid having to spend more on mats. So extremely powerful. That said, we want to look at blacksmithing, we want to look at leatherworking, and depending on how much time we have, how we're doing in terms of time closer to the end of the stream, we will possibly hop onto the beta leveling realms and start flying around and looting some of those treasures. I was able to find the location points for those, so maybe we'll fly around and loot some of those. The other thing that we will potentially do is we may look at more professions as well. My main goal is to basically hop onto these go to 11 realms, which are basically realms on which you just create a template level 80 character and have access to all of the mats you could need directly from a vendor, so we don't need to go out and farm anything on them. But what we will do is we'll learn leatherworking, and we'll go through, what are the different talent builds, what's the leveling path like, all of that fun stuff. We'll do the same thing with blacksmithing. And then we'll hop onto the leveling realms for a little bit, just fly around Dornegal. We'll check out some of the other things and see, what the journey is sort of there. We'll also go through NPC crafting orders for each of the professions. We'll see how far can you push without NPC crafting orders. The reason, or I guess they're called patron crafting orders now. The reason that I tend to avoid using too many of the patron work orders for leveling the professions, or I'm trying to avoid doing that, is because of the fact that in a lot of cases, the NPC, well, not in a lot of cases, I don't know what I'm saying. Those are filler words. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I was looking at my notes here. But essentially, the NPC, the patron work orders are sort of RNG driven, right? You can't guarantee which ones you're going to get. And so from a leveling perspective, you will probably have some that you can do, but as to which ones you get and what the rewards are and, what the costs are to craft it and so forth, those may be prohibitively expensive early on. And so we don't really want to rely on them too much to actually level professions. That said, thank you to everyone who's watching the stream live. I see we have 2 people watching us on Twitch, so welcome. And I see we have someone watching us on YouTube as well. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. I know a lot of people, a lot of times people drop in and they think I'm recording a video because I'm talking so fast or with so much purpose, but I swear to God, this is a live stream, and chat is something I'm constantly checking, and I get very excited when people message in chat and we can sort of have a more interactive situation. So thank you again if you are watching live, but also thank you for watching the video on demand and so forth as well. All right, so to start off with, I wanted to quickly just go through the Wowhead front page and look at some of the news articles, articles, and see exactly what Blizzard has planned, both from a gold making perspective, overall things, as well as what do you call it? As well as if there's anything related to mount collection or heck, the Radiant Echoes event, Warbanks, any of the things that we really care about. So let's take a look here. I'm just opening a few of these that I think I may have some things to talk about. As to how to obtain the heirloom ring, I see Wowhead's put up an article about this as well. But I will also be releasing a short on this probably if I have time to edit it, we'll do it today. Otherwise, it may go up tomorrow, and you may see it then. All right, so let's first quickly take a look at the hot fixes that they made to the event. On Wednesday's stream, we did a complete deep dive on the event, exactly what you want to do, how everything works. We had some pretty cool takeaways from that, which was that actually the meta at the time, at least, was that you would ideally want to run it on starter accounts. You'd want to have as many starter accounts logged on and going through the event as possible, primarily because starter accounts can not only receive the Radiant Echoes currency, which you can after the reset earlier this week, you can actually transfer the Radiant Echoes currency off of those characters. So what I mean by that is you can create a starter account, which is completely free to do, linked to your battle.net account, and you can actually use that to level a character up to level 20. You don't need to do that because you can just go ahead and create an allied race character on that account, and take the portal in Stormwind or Orgrimmar directly to the event area and actually complete the Radiant Echoes event on that character, which will net you about 2,000 residual memories, which is a decent amount considering the mobs until now were dropping only between 1 for regular mobs and 5 for elite mobs. But you would also get 2 free pieces of loot on the first event that you ran, and you'd get a 1 piece of loot on every subsequent event that you ran. So it was a great way to unlock a lot of transmog really quick. And interestingly enough, it seems like with the event, the best way, if you only care about the transmog, to get it is actually may not even be farming up the residual memories and buying things. It's literally just putting as many characters through the event as possible. Because like I said, each event, you're guaranteed the first time you run, you're guaranteed 2 items off of the main boss. And if you run the sub events, you can have items drop from those as well. That said, let's take a look at these changes. It looks like the event has now been updated so that after the zone boss is defeated, memories begin resurfacing again, repeating the event immediately. Amazing change. Blizzard had already changed a couple of things about the event, but it looks like yesterday's hotfix added even more. I'm just trying to see when this was. This is about 10 hours ago. So yeah, that's why I haven't seen this yet. But not only have they made it so that the event is continuously ongoing right now, which is awesome, because otherwise it was sort of pointless having an event that ran every 90 minutes because of the fact that unless you were there for the first 5 minutes of the event was probably going to be over by the time you got any other characters to it. With this new change, with the change that they made the other day, they increased the health of the bosses. So now so at that point, the final boss would last longer. So you had about 5 to 10 minutes, to get your characters over there. It wasn't as time sensitive. They made a couple of other changes where they added flight stones and they added crests as well to the quest, as well as to the sub events and to the boss. So participating in the event would also give you the crests and the flight stones that you needed to upgrade the items that you were getting off of these bosses, right? Which was great. And if you are watching live, let me know in the chat. Have you played around with the event at all? What did you think? I thought the little like memories of Azeroth theme was kind of cool. I know some people were not super happy, thought that the event was kind of lame. But I think a big part of that was just because by the time they got to the zone, like there was A, so much lag, and B, there were so many players at each of those events that, I mean, you didn't get to see mechanics, you didn't get to see anything happen other than it was a lag fest and then you got some loot, right? Which wasn't a great experience for players, but the fact that they've made those changes were already great. Wow. So the even cooler thing is that they've now not only made it so that the boss spawns more often, the event's now going to rotate every hour, and they've increased the earnings, including flight stones and crests, and I guess more of the currency probably. And they've also made a change to the event quest. It's now a daily quest. Previously it was a weekly quest, which meant that per character you could get 6,000 radiant echoes per week, and then it really wasn't efficient to play that character. You were much better off served literally creating a fresh character and running the event on that character to farm up the radiant echoes. Now they have changed it to a daily quest instead. Unfortunately, they've also changed it to account bound. So the total amount of residual echoes you can actually farm up each week has gone down because of that. But on the whole, it just means that I need to all top less often, right? Like you'll log on, you'll do, your 3 events on whichever character you want, and that's you done for the day, right? It does kind of mean that you need to be online for at least 2 hours and just over 2 hours, I guess, to be able to complete all 3 events. Or at least you need to be sort of close by to your computer or whatever to complete the event. What we may actually do before we even hop into the beta is quickly test out how these changes are affecting the event, just so that we can sort of take it for a spin and see how that goes. One other thing that's actually pretty significant is that they've now made it so that the event gear can be used at the creation catalyst. So you can convert that eye level 480 gear to tier pieces, which is amazing because you can get your tier set bonuses directly from the event, right? Gear drops pretty quick. I am interested to see whether you can just sort of camp a character out there and the end boss of the little scenario thing will drop loot every single time. If so, I mean, it'll be super trivial to get, first of all, to farm up all the transmog, because that basically means you'll get a piece of gear every 10 minutes for sort of just tagging a boss, right? All you need to do is swap over to the tab, tag the boss every 10 minutes or so, and you'll get another piece of loot. But that would sort of make sense, right? If the point of this event is to help you gear up your characters and level up characters fast, it should literally be that easy, right? The expansion's over. It's not like we're doing any race to world firsts. I think the season is also over, is soon to be over, right? It sort of doesn't matter. There's no reason that Blizzard should have been gatekeeping these rewards that hard in any case, right? Especially since it's a limited time event and there are cosmetics tied to it that don't really impact player power. So I think overall these are super awesome changes, and I'm super excited to have to farm the event less, to be honest. As I always say, I feel like everything we do in this game is to try and figure out how we can play the game less, and it's always funny to me how WoW players always seem to want to optimize their game playing experience to minimize how much they actually have to play the game, which is kind of interesting. But okay, I don't think this has okay, it looks like they were testing these out on the PTR earlier and they have made it to the live servers. I don't know if it mentions here any of the other, if there were any other changes. I don't seem to think. This seems to look like you can sort of just farm the event on one character for as long as you want and then swap zones and do it on another character. We will check out how that's looking though. It looks like the other changes are that the smaller objectives now give 200 residual memories, up from 100, which is a great change. Wow, so killing the remembered boss will give you 1,400 residual memories per kill, up from 500, as well as dropping Drake's Awakened crests, and they're not daily locked, so you can literally just sit there farming up the Awakened crests. I don't think they drop Flight Zones, so you may still have to farm up Flight Zones to upgrade your gear, but we may try and see if we can find a way to sort of get around that system as well. These weekly quests have also turned into daily account-wide quests, but they also now reward 3,000 residual memories, where they previously rewarded 1,500. So great changes all around, right? I have been spending way too much time on the event, but I'm a big fan of when Blizzard makes these changes that makes the game more accessible for casual players, right? I feel like that's when WoW is at its best. I feel like with Shadowlands, they sort of tried to cater to the hardcore fans so much that they had features like the Maw and like all these very like hardcore friendly events, but they required you to just do a lot of degen stuff. I think WoW is at its best when it's super casual, accessible, and I think, you know, Dragonflight, they catered a lot more to that. It seems like in the War Within, with the warband changes and everything as well, they're only leaning into it further, which is a great which is a great thing to have happen, right? The more casual, accessible the game is, the more players there's going to be, the bigger World of Warcraft gets, the more of your friends are going to be playing, the more players are going to be online at any time whenever you want to run events or do whatever. And as goblins, it means there's more potential gold to be made, which I'm always happy for, right? So I think that should be a really cool change. Now, coming over to one other thing, if you are a free-to-play player, it looks like they're doing a free welcome back weekend event, where basically I think from the second, so I think from today till the 4th, you actually have completely free access on any account to the entirety of World of Warcraft. Now, that's kind of interesting because of the fact that if you're probably not seeing this if you don't actively play World of Warcraft, unless maybe you don't have an active sub and you still enjoy hearing my annoying voice, or you just enjoying watching WoW content without actively playing. This weekend you can play completely for free, which is pretty cool. One interesting thing here, though, is that if you're like me and you have a level 20 twink, a level 20 twink character that you're using to boost your MOP remix characters, make sure you don't play them this week. There is a little thing that you can do to lock XP on those characters, but I don't know. It seems a little bit sketchy. Lenara is the name of his second channel. I'm trying to remember what his main channel's name is. The guy who has the like all of the records for speed leveling on WoW had posted a video about it and then kind of got his account banned like a couple days later. I don't think he claims they're not related, but I don't know. I wouldn't recommend testing it out just yet. And so I think the better option is to just not touch your level 20 twinks over the weekend, and you know, any other alts that you want to level up in remix, do it after the free welcome back event is done. Given the fact that you do actually have access to the war banks, and we figured this out on stream the other day, you have access to the war bank as well on starter accounts, which is kind of crazy because until now, and as far back as I can remember starter accounts being a thing, you could never trade or mail off of them, right? Which sort of limited their usefulness in some areas because you couldn't really farm currencies on them or use them to, like, you know, do a bunch of things like, I don't know, maybe you want to craft, you want to smelt ore in the background, right? While you're playing your main character or whatever. You don't want to have to sit in front of your PC and watch your character smelt like 200 copper ore, even if it's profitable, just because it's not that engaging. You can now do that on a starter account because you can A, transfer gold to them via the war bank, B, transfer ore to them, let's say, through the war bank, and then have them, you know, smelt all those bars and transfer it back to an account that has access to the auction house through the war bank. So I'm still exploring some of the different ways that we can use the fact that starter accounts have access to the war bank in order to make gold. Like, I know that there's going to be a bunch of potential things that we can do there. I just haven't figured out exactly what they are, and I think it also remains to be seen whether Blizzard fixes that so that they're not able to access it or not. I'm hesitant to spend too much time on that because I do wonder whether it's just a bug with the war bank system given how glitchy the rollout was. All right, now it looks like this article may be saying the exact same thing that we just went over. It looks like, strangely enough, they had this on the PTR for like 7 hours before just pushing it to the live realms, which is kind of interesting. I guess they really wanted to just catch any major bugs and then roll it out anyway. All right, so yeah, this article explains it a little bit better, but basically between the 1st and the 4th of August, they are giving free game time to everyone, if I'm not mistaken. We're giving all players with inactive World of Warcraft accounts full access to the game and all your characters without a subscription or game time. Oh, okay, never mind. So I guess if you are paying for a subscription, it would be nice if they were just like, oh, we will give 4 days of free game time to everyone who's already back. But it doesn't appear like it. So that's kind of interesting. In any case, yeah, kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't know if that means anything for gold making. Potentially, you may have more like customers who are on free-to-play accounts who are like buying transmog or something. I guess they wouldn't have that much gold on them. In any case, yeah, and then this is just touching on the heirloom rings. All right, let's move back to professions because that's what the focus of the stream is going to be, war within professions. So one major change that Blizzard has made is that they've changed the skill requirement in order to unlock additional specialization trees. So if you're familiar with the Dragonflight profession system, basically you have a talent tree for your professions and you pick basically a spec, and all professions either have 3 or 4 different specs. And basically you pick a spec that you unlock at level 25, you unlocked a second spec at level 50, and then previously you would, like in Dragonflight, you would unlock the 3rd specialization at skill level 100. With the changes now, it looks like, and if your profession had 4 specs, then you would unlock the 3rd one at skill level 75 and the final one at skill level 100. But with this new change, the way it's going to work is that you'll still unlock your first spec at skill level 25. You'll unlock your second second talent tree at skill level 50. And now your 3rd profession skill will unlock at 60, with the 4th one coming at skill level 75. The reason this is a big improvement is because previously you would, for some professions, hit into a breakpoint where unless you went into a certain tree, you may not be able to level up past that all that quick, right? You may be a bit time gated. You may need to just farm up more knowledge points to unlock some recipes that are actually orange to you and that reward skill. So this is an amazing change, right? It'll allow people to access more of the talent trees quicker, but B, also if you do make a wrong decision early on, right? That's sort of what happened to me in Dragonflight. I didn't have beta access, and so I went straight into enchanting, and I spec'd heavily into the disenchanting tree. I really regretted that, but I couldn't really fix it for weeks because I didn't have enough knowledge points to get more skill in the profession and unlock my third talent tree. And so this is an amazing, amazing change. So I'm really happy to see that they've done that. All right, that said, let's see if my battle.net client wants to play ball, or if it's still gonna be weird. All right, and let's first and foremost, let's hop over to the event. Let's see the changes. Let's see how things are looking there. We want to test out if bosses are dropping loot every time the event runs, or if it's just, if it's not as crazy as that. The cool thing is that also all of the gear that drops is generally warbound. The first piece of gear that you get, the eye level 493, is soulbound, and that you can only get once per week. But it looks like for the other characters, you can actually unlock. What do you call it? I'm interested to see if that's also on a daily lockout, and resets in about 2 hours from right now. So we can maybe come back after the reset and check it then. All right, and while we're at this loading screen, I'm gonna take a quick 10-second break, and we will be right back. Thank you so much if you are watching live. Drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know if you're playing the event, how you're liking it, if you're not liking it, and also if you're excited to check out some of the stuff on the beta, or if you have any questions about the professions on the beta that you want me to take a look at. All right, quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, and we are back. So it looks like currently, I think I probably need to update this week aura. If there is an update for it, do I have the... Oh, I don't know what just happened. Our interface is reloading for some reason. And I think I do have the week aura updater installed. Oh, okay, there we go. Update ready. All right. Don't know why our interface crashed on us. And I don't know why this isn't showing. I probably have to... I probably do need to refresh my interface, but we'll do that later on. It's fine. Let's head over to the event area and let's see how this is all working with the changes, the increased rewards, as well as the event happening more often and so forth. I am interested to see if we're gonna get more of those eye level 493 items to drop, or whether those are actually on a daily lockout, or those remain on a weekly lockout. All right, 14 minutes we've got to complete this event, and then I guess hop over to the next zone and complete it there as well. So we may snag 2 of these. All right, so we're in Searing Gorge, and it looks like, even though I completed the quest on this character yesterday, it looks like they have reset them, and there we go, 3,000 residual memories. It doesn't look like we're getting any flight stones or crests from the actual quest, though it does look like the bosses and the sub events will be dropping those instead. All right, memories remaining 56%. So it looks like this is a move to a progress bar instead. I don't know what that means in terms of how we now track which of these events are up. I think we're in phase 2 of the event is what it looks like. But usually it does tell us at the top here which phase we're in. It looks like they've made an interface change there as well. Now, we could just camp out here until these sub events are done, but I do want to see what the drop rates look like here. So let's go ahead and participate in some of these sub events and see how much, see what the rewards are like, see how much of the residual echoes currency we're getting, and all of that fun stuff. Do I have a trinket? Okay, I do have an unused trinket. Let's go ahead and put that on our toolbar here. And this character here needs clearly a new ring, most definitely, at the very least, but has quite a few more pieces that we need to upgrade to, that we need to have eye level 480 gear for. So that's why I'm running the event on this character instead of any of the others. So we got 225 residual memories off of that mini boss, as well as 2 Whelpling's Awakened Crest, as well as a Memory of the Eastern Kingdoms. Now, I've actually already crafted the heirloom on my account, so I don't need any more of those. I do kind of wish that they would stop dropping after you've already crafted the heirloom, because they're kind of useless, and it just takes a second to delete them, which is not the best. But let's see. So also, for when it comes to tagging mobs, right? We were looking at XP farming in this event earlier this week, or on Wednesday's stream. And my guidance was, look, stay in a group, and what you want to do is, basically just run around tagging mobs and trying to get as many mobs down as fast as possible. What I've figured out in my testing is actually the quickest way to level is if you are a healer, the best thing you can do is actually run around healing people, because that will actually give you credit for their tag. So they'll tag mobs, and you'll get credit for those, and you'll get experience, and you'll get residual memories for any mob that someone you've healed has killed, which is actually a cheeky little advantage there, right? And is also super powerful for leveling. It's especially powerful. I was testing it out on my evoker, with the AoE heal, right? And you don't need to be partied up with anyone. You don't even need to be in a raid, for that matter, in order to take part in that. But the XP was amazing. There was another healer that was on who was saying that they were getting a level every 6 or 7 minutes between 60 to 70, which is wild. And at that point, it is definitely a lot faster to. It is probably a lot faster to participate in the event, or like to do the event. From an experience perspective, than it is to do it on than to run dungeons, basically, which I was saying previously may have been a little bit quicker when the event first came out. Of course, as I've talked about at length, they nerfed the amount of experience required to go from 10 to 70 by a huge amount in the pre-patch, especially from 60 to 70. They nerfed it by about 80%, so now you only need to gather about 20% of the experience that you previously needed to get, which is also another hugely awesome change. All right, and so the boss will become taggable in about half a second here. And we'll see if we can complete all these events before the daily reset. Although honestly, with these quests moving to a daily reset, and if these bosses are dropping loot, you know, every 10 to 15 minutes, we probably don't need to be as optimized about, you know, trying to get as many runs in or complete as many of the daily quests or the weekly quests as possible, because of the fact that they've moved to a daily reset. And I'm sure there'll be at least a couple of days that I miss, you know, doing the quests on, especially once I unlock all the transmog. I mean, I've just been doing the event not fully degen, like having, you know, 5 accounts up and all that. And we've already picked up, it looks like from the expansion pre-quest right here, we've already gotten 14 out of 33, although I don't know if this is only showing me things that this character can equip. I have a feeling this is only showing me the male gear and not the others. But with this change, it should be super easy to pick up the mount, the pets, and then all the transmog that you want as well. For the first time, I am starting to become a bit of a completionist in WoW, where I actually do want to pick up all the transmogs and all of the pets. We already picked up the mount, which is super cool looking. And the other really nice thing about the mount is that you don't need to unlock both the Alliance and Horde versions separately. Which there was some speculation around that, but we tested it out on Live Realms the other day. I'll be putting out a video on how to get the mount super efficiently as well, though I now may need to re-record some stuff because they have changed how a lot of that works, right? But essentially it should be super pain-free right now to get the mount, right? You need 20,000 of the residual memories currency. Each of the quests is giving you 3,000 residual memories, so you'll get 9,000. I mean, basically you do 2 days of dailies and there's your mount, right? Very, very doable. You don't need to do them in order. You can skip a day or here and there and whatever as well. All right, so it looks like we did get one piece of loot. We got 1,400 residual memories, which is awesome. But we got 1,400 residual memories, and then we got one piece of loot at eye level 480. We got 2 Drake's Awakened crests, and we got 5 of the memories of the Eastern Kingdoms. It doesn't look like they've changed the drop rate on the memory items, which is yeah, about par for the course. If you want to, I mean, if you do want to farm them up super quick, you can definitely do that on starter accounts and then just transfer it over to whichever character you're planning on crafting the heirloom on through the warbank as well. So if you do have very limited playtime, that may be your best bet. But honestly, given how quick the events are going to go by now, it may not be worth the hassle of getting that all set up and done. All right, let's go ahead and turn in the quest here. And we have 9,630 residual memories on this guy already. So once we complete the final event, which I believe should be starting in 6 minutes, we can actually go ahead and buy one of the pets, which we will do. I still think the best advice I can probably give regarding the event is that you probably want to wait until the end, well, not the end, but closer to the end of the event to buy any of the Warbound gear, or to buy any of the transmog pieces, just because of the fact that while you're running these events, right, you'll collect a bunch of this Warbound gear anyway. So this I had already unlocked the transmog for, but I mean, this is a mace. We're playing on a hunter. We can't even equip a mace, and we still got a two-handed mace that we can probably transfer over to our paladin or our warrior or whoever else needs it. And that saved us about 8,000 residual echoes, right? Which is great, but wouldn't feel as great if we had bought, if we had spent 8,000 residual memories to buy the weapon for our paladin, and we didn't have an army of remix alts that we need to gear up at later on in the event. In any case, I can imagine if you're just playing on a couple of characters, you know, it would kind of suck to either have an item that you paid a whole bunch of the currency for drop for you, or alternatively to have, you know, I'm assuming they haven't taken out the eye level 493 gear. It's probably just still tied to a weekly lockout, which sort of makes sense. But heaven forbid you have that item drop at eye level 493, you know, you're going to have to spend more crests and flight stones and things to upgrade the 493 version to catch up with, you know, the version that you might have bought. Hey, Tina Star, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Just saw your message. Hopefully I made pretty good time in replying to that. How's it going, Tina Star? Welcome to the stream. Are you playing Dragonflight? Are you playing the beta? Are you playing Remix or Classic or Hardcore or Season of Discovery or Cataclassic? I think I literally just need to make a little one of those audio clips that will automatically list all of the different potential versions of the game that you could be playing. How's your day going? All right, so let's take out this boss, and I think we're just, yeah, after we complete this sub event, we will already have enough of this currency to pick up one of the pets. I mean, across all of my characters, I have a decent bit, right? If we come to the transfer tab here, I probably have more than enough to pick up all of the pets. And oh, okay, we got another piece of loot here. It isn't an upgrade for this character because we already have that equipped, and we got it to drop at eye level 493. But we definitely have other male wearing characters that we can transfer that over to. I'm doing good. I'm extremely excited about these changes that they've made to the event. Yeah, so as you can see, I have a whole bunch of this currency piled up on a whole bunch of alts, including on some starter account characters, right? I think this is one of my starter account characters. And okay, we have enough residual memories to buy a pet, so we'll go do that between phases of this. I want to see if the boss drops another piece of loot for us on this character, which I think we have enough time to do, right? The event should swap over in about 3 minutes. Ooh, it might be a little bit tight considering there's 72% of these memories left to go. I don't know if we'll be able to complete that as well as take out the boss all within 3 minutes, but we'll see. I'm doing good. How's your day going? Are you playing the are you playing this launch event? Are you enjoying it? Ah, RNG. You love to see when Blizzard makes one of the events tied to RNG. You literally just have to keep, I guess, grinding boars until you get the perfect liver, which is sort of a funny callback to the South Park episode, I guess. I like that's what I'm saying. I feel like they have infused some humor throughout this entire event, right? It is definitely a bit of a love letter to people who've been playing since vanilla, having, you know, the old school bosses and Ragnaros and who else did we fight? We fight the Lich King and so it is a nice callback. I'm happy to hear you're doing good. So originally I'm from India. I don't know if you can tell. I sometimes ask people to guess where they think I'm from. But yeah, I grew up all over the place, and I don't currently live there. How about yourself? Whereabouts are you from? Whereabouts are you based? If you don't mind me asking, of course. Oh, our dragon flying mount did not show up in time. The fact that this event is just constantly running is actually kind of fun. This that you can just sort of chain run it back to back. How could you tell? Ah, good stuff. What time is it in Maryland right now? Although I guess, yeah, it is about 5 p.m. my time, so it's probably it's probably a sensible hour in Maryland right now. Oop. Now I am interested to see whether they let us complete this event. Oh wow, they're literally having green hills of Stranglethorn drop from some of these mobs, which is hilarious. as a long-term WoW player. Spent 19 and a half years playing this game. It's wild. But tell me, Tina Star, are you playing the War Within launch event? This thing that we're going through right now. Oh, okay, so it's pretty early, I guess, still in Maryland, 7 a.m. Are you on your way to work, or did you just wake up early to watch my stream? Oh, okay. Are you tempted to play? Because right now they have a so I guess you're saying you don't play WoW, but if you are tempted to play, this is actually the perfect timing, because this weekend they're having a completely free to play weekend event. Okay, so annoyingly it looks like if the event times out, I guess they just despawn the boss, and it's not one of these things where they'll let you complete the event. So probably not worth hanging around if you are just trying to get your boss kills in. In any case, we'll hop over to the new zone, and we should be able to loot off of that boss. But let's see how this all works out. Let's see what the rewards are actually like. We do need to pick up one of the pets. Let's go ahead and do that real quick, shall we? Which one should we get? Tina Star, let me know which one you think we should get. Should we get the Remembered Spawn, the Remembered Construct, or the Remembered River Paw first? All right, so we'll come over to the vendor, and I think we'll do the Remembered Spawn first. Let's go ahead and pick up that. And we can actually transfer the currency over from our other characters to this character to pick up the other toys, the other pets as well. Now, I am curious as to whether we can pick up 3 of these, or okay, yeah, it's just 1 for each. So basically, you only need to save up about 30,000 residual memories in order to get all of the pets, or to be completely stocked up on pets. It's not like you can buy 3 of them, which is fair enough. They're not tradable anyway, so there's not really too much gold making potential there. That said, if you enjoy pet battling, which I do from time to time, as well as if you're just a completionist, then you're obviously going to want to pick up those pets as well, which I think sort of goes without saying, right? But it is nice that we only need to farm up enough residual memories for 1 of them, because a complete completionist would otherwise want to pick up 3 of each, given that that's the cap for how many you can have. All right, let's see here. Okay, so it looks like it's already in phase 2. I wonder if they've disabled phase 1, or if people just blasted through phase 1, which may be the case. I guess it's 8 a.m. in North American, like on my, it's 8 a.m. realm time. No, primarily, yeah, I play World of Warcraft. That's basically the only game that I really play much these days. I will hop into, I mean, I do play some Hearthstone, but that's mainly on my iPad, like when I'm trying to do something away from my computer. And the biggest issue I have is that I'm basically terrible at completing games. Right? I can probably count on one hand the number of games that I've completed. I think it's like literally like Pokemon Yellow back on Game Boy, so you can already tell that it's been a while. And then this game called Prey are the only 2 games that I can think of off the top of my head that I actually like beat. Beyond that, I'm like 30% of the way through Hogwarts Legacy. I'm like 40% of the way through Red Dead Redemption 2. But the only game that I like reliably come back to and like spend this much time playing is for sure World of Warcraft. Now, I do sometimes rotate between which version of World of Warcraft I'm playing. I mean, right now I'm primarily playing Dragonflight since the pre-patch dropped last week. And so there's been a bunch of changes and a bunch of things to do in here. But I have also been playing a lot of the, well, not a lot. I've been playing a little bit of the beta, mainly testing things out. Also to create content about it. yeah, partially that, but primarily because I want to figure out how I can make as much gold as possible in the War Within. And yeah, I mean, I also hopped into Classic the other day just because the retail servers were down, and so I played some Wrath Classic. I've played a bit of Season of Discovery. I haven't really caught up all the way with the current phase. I think a new phase just launched like a week or two ago, and so I know a lot of people are playing Season of Discovery as well. But honestly, I'm not a huge fan of like raiding. I made a decent bit of gold. If you are trying to like gold farm for tokens, specifically for game time, like you want to make the game entirely free to play, then I would highly recommend that you at least spend some time on Classic Cataclysm, because the tokens there are way cheaper. I think we checked. I don't know if we did it on stream actually, but we checked the token price for Classic the other day, and it was something ridiculous, like 8,000 gold, and you can probably make that in like an hour or two, right? And that's what it will cost you for a month of game time, which is pretty sweet. If you were to do the same thing in retail, I mean, right now with the pre-patch, you could potentially do that in a couple of hours. Farm up 300,000 gold, or at least craft items worth 300,000 gold in profit. It's doable within a couple of hours, but you'd need to do a lot of setup beforehand, and it would definitely be a lot easier to just farm up enough gold for a WoW token in Classic. Stealth games? Define stealth games. How do you mean a stealth game? Oh wow, they're literally having us loot power crystals. This is taking me back to Ungoro Crater. This is yeah, they're really leaning into the nostalgia feeling here. Do I stream often? Yeah, I stream Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 4 p.m. my time, which is basically an hour behind, like an hour before whatever time it is in your time zone right now. But yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we're live, and as I said, almost always playing World of Warcraft. And given how much content is coming for World of Warcraft in the coming months, I think that's probably going to be the case for a while, between the new expansion launch and remix. And well, I mean, the expansion launch in and of itself is going to take up a whole bunch of my time, especially my gaming time. So I doubt that I'm going to be streaming much of anything else, at least for the next like 3 to 4 months. But let's see. I mean, it depends. It depends if people on if people in the chat want to watch me stream some other game and kind of suck at that, then we can do that as well. I don't just die in World of Warcraft. I'm willing to die in whatever game will amuse my viewers. This may actually let me jinx it right now. This may be the longest that I've streamed in a while without at least dying once. Because even during this event, when we were playing it the other day, I forgot to switch off war mode, and so literally the stream opened to me just getting ganked by some by 20 alliance characters who were level 70, and I was on one of my like level 60 alts. So yeah, I may have just jinxed it right then. Because what may happen is that I may find a way to manage to die to this boss, despite the fact that this character is, I mean, not particularly well geared, but 460, I level 461 is not too bad, considering this isn't like a character that I play all that often. I want to spend more time on my hunter because I just love hunter as a class. I want to say the first level 70 that I ever like leveled up was a hunter. Yeah, it was a night elf hunter. I remember I used Joanna's guide back in the day. Only really old WoW players would know that. But there was this guy called Joanna who literally put together a step-by-step guide. I mean, these days we have add-ons that like tell you, item by item. And also the quests are a lot better explained. And like Blizzard's improved their interface a lot. I think there's still some more changes that they can and should make, but on the whole, they have made a lot of improvements, and so it's a lot easier to figure out how to level up and things. And they've also just nerfed how much experience it is, so it's a lot less difficult to get to max level, especially with something like Remix or now with the XP nerfs, like it's super fast, right? But yeah, back in the day, there was this guy called Joanna, and basically you would buy his guide, and you would what do you call it? what do you call it? I literally had it printed out, and I would like have these like sheets of paper next to me with like the like, all right, step 1, like go to 5173 using the coordinate system in the game, and like go to 5173, like buy 3 simple flour and keep them in your bags because you'll need them for a quest later on. Okay, now that you've done that, like go to 4795 and kill 17 of those orcs so that you can loot the quest item that you need for whatever and stuff like that. So it was super janky, super old school, but that was also like 18 years ago, right? So it is crazy how far WoW has come, and it is crazy that I'm still playing this game 19 years later. Like, that's wild. Like, there's probably a good number of WoW players that weren't even born when the game released, right? Which is insane to me. How do I feel about overlays, logos, and banners? I mean, yeah, I mean, I kind of have a logo. I guess I need to polish it up a little bit, because I'm still using the one that I created a couple months ago, just with an AI tool. And then yeah, my overlays. I'm actually trying to simplify my overlay. What do you think? I feel like right now there's too much stuff on screen. I like the like purple background thingy that I have, because I think that gives it like a cohesive like color palette. Yeah, but I feel like I need to. I can probably simplify my interface further. I don't know. If you're watching live, let me know in the chat. If you're watching the video on demand later on, let me know in the comments. Do you like? I play on an ultra widescreen monitor, which is why I need to have the like bezel at the bottom, because otherwise it's yeah, it just looks weird. Would y'all prefer if I just like cropped the image to like remove the borders on either side and just have it like full screen game, and then just have a little thing with my like and have a little thing with what do you call it? Have a little panel with just have my camera, and we can probably get rid of like the latest follower bar and probably some of the other things that we have on screen right now, or at least just simplify them so that everything looks a lot cleaner. I definitely need to clean up my interface. My interface is a mess, and I know that really annoys some people. But that could actually be one of the advantages. If I like crop out the 2 sides for the stream, then it doesn't matter how messy. Like it, like I can keep the messiness on the corner, like on the sides, and we can just have a cleaner stream, which seems to be how a lot of other WoW streamers do it. Ah, cool. Yeah, so to be honest, I mean, I'm not really looking to buy any more creative right now. I'm still in the early days. I am hoping to what do you call it? Hit the monetization target in hopefully the next week or 2. And so at that point I may have more of a budget to like start spending on things, but for now, yeah, I already dropped a decent bit on between the webcam and the microphone and some other stuff. So right now, I'm not really in the market to buy anything, to be honest, when it comes to creative stuff. But thank you for offering. That's very sweet of you. I actually need to set up a Discord for my stream and for everyone who watches this, because I know a couple people have asked, and my worry is just that I'm gonna create it and it's gonna literally just be me posting things in there, which I'm not. I mean, if anyone's seeing it, I don't mind doing that, right? That won't make it too different from my, if we're being honest, from any of my content, any of the places that I'm posting my content right now. But okay, so interestingly, it doesn't look like the boss dropped another piece of loot, which is not great. Not great. Ideally, we'd probably want to that basically means that we want to rotate different characters through the quest so that we get a piece of loot. That's annoying as heck. That's annoying as all heck. Okay, so they've actually nerfed yeah, how much loot you get on your first character, which is kind of annoying. I feel like for each zone, like, fine, don't let the boss maybe not drop loot every single kill, right? But at least the first time per zone, it should drop loot. They mentioned that they buffed the rewards, but they've actually nerfed the drop rate, which is really not super cool. No bueno. No bueno. I'm gonna give it a solid no bueno. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break, yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick break, and then we will be right back, and we're gonna hop over to the beta. Is there anything else we need to do on this guy? I mean, it clearly farming the boss is gonna be pointless because we did a new boss for the first time, and that didn't drop any loot. So that probably means that any subsequent kills are also not gonna give any loot for this character at least. Which basically means you're still back to the situation where we're rotating through characters every time you want to, like, essentially, depending on whether the boss loot drops are daily or, I assume they are daily. I guess probably the first boss you kill per character will get a piece of loot. And so essentially, you won't be able to complete the quest on each character, but you will be able to at least get a new piece of loot every day, which is not too bad. I can't complain too much, especially since the event is, like, constantly going through. Yeah, I suppose that's fair enough, really. Though I can't help but feel that it kind of feels like a little bit of a nerf, because although I guess you're able to do it more often, so you can get on the whole, like, on the whole, you will still get more loot across all of your alts. But if you're only playing on one character, it kind of sucks, because previously you could get, you know, a new piece of loot for that character every 90 minutes. Now you can only get one piece of loot for free every single day, it looks like. And I guess once a week you'll get your eye level 493 piece. Which really just depends on your playstyle, I guess. And I see we have someone else joining us on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know, are you playing the events? Are you excited about all these new changes? They basically buffed the amount of residual echoes that you get by a huge amount for all these characters. They also changed it so that the gear that you get from the event, you can now throw into... Do we not have any... There we go. No, never mind. This is from the Super Bloom. I could have sworn that we had an eye level 480... This one, right here. Yeah, so these pieces you can now throw into the... what do you call it? The catalyst, the conversion catalyst, and convert them to tier pieces, which is always nice. All right, let's do a quick rummage through scrap, and let's see if we get one of those crazy toys that are worth like 100,000 gold. Oh, we did. Heck yeah, hell yeah. Okay, so rummaging through scrap, we got one of these toys, which on my realm is going for about 10,000 gold now. But it looks like the region market average value, or region market value average, is about 34,000 gold. So we can easily transfer this over through the Warbank system to another realm where it's going to sell for more and sell it on that realm. But what I've currently been doing is just sort of storing these, chucking these into storage, because I expect the price of these toys to go up significantly once everyone's not doing Dragonflight content, right? A lot fewer people are going to have these the Dragonflight gear equipped, so they won't be using the Tinkers, and so they won't be generating as much scrap. They'll also be using fewer bombs, which also give you scrap, and so there'll just be a lot fewer people rummaging through Dragonflight scrap, which means that there will be a lot fewer of these toys coming through. There's totally 4 toys, it looks like, that you can get from this rummage through scrap. You can also get some mats. Most often you'll probably get a gray item, but I don't think there's, I think it's just those 4 toys and, what do you call it? Yeah, some crafting mats that you can get from this. All right, let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and hop onto the beta and start looking through blacksmithing, leatherworking, as well as potentially some of the knowledge point treasure items, and we may hop onto the leveling server for a little bit. I don't think I'm actually gonna let me know in chat. Let me know in chat, or let me know in the comments if you guys would be interested in me leveling up a character to 80 on the beta. Given that we're about 20 days away, and I'm not super concerned with testing out level 8. Like, I just feel like it'll take me probably about 6 to 8 hours to level up a character from 70 to 80 on the beta. And I don't know if that's what I necessarily want to spend 8 hours doing for a character that's going to be deleted in like 2 weeks anyway. In any case, let me know in the comments or chat if you guys are interested in me leveling up characters on the, or leveling up a character on the beta. Or if we also want, actually, one of the other things that I want to test out on the beta servers is on the leveling realms, how much experience you get from a delve. So we may do a delve as well if we do have enough time to hop over to the leveling server. We may do a delve on those leveling servers today and see how much experience we get from that, because I am wondering if we can sort of use that to level multiple characters. What I mean by that is because of the fact that it's instanced and you can do it solo or in a, or in a party. What I may do is like, stick 2 of my characters in a party on, like 2 of my characters on separate accounts, and sort of just have the other one on follow. And if we can level up 2 characters that way, that may be of interest to me, especially since we're gonna have almost 40 level 70s come the War Within that we need to probably level up at some point. So I do need to figure out the best way to get those characters leveled up in the War Within as well. In any case, let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and hop onto the beta and check out all the things that we want to check out there. Thank you for watching. If you are watching live, by the way, drop a like, drop a follow, drop a subscribe, do all the things. And if you are subscribed to me on YouTube, I dropped a video I dropped a little short explaining the war banks and how those work. So check it out. Changed up my editing style on that, which I'm pretty excited about. But hopefully with this, I should be able to pump out more shorts and things like that on a more regular basis. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to check out was the August trading post, because there's some mounts. Well, actually, there's 2 really cool mounts on there. All right, let me know in the comments or chat if you want us to check out the trading post. Otherwise, I may just do I may just record and post a little short video going through the rewards as well as the easiest tasks to complete later, like this over the weekend or early next week. Anyways, let's take a quick break and come back for the beta. We're back. All right, let's go ahead and get the beta booted up now that we're fully updated. We've updated our add-ons, although I'm probably going to disable most of the add-ons because for the beta stuff, I prefer testing it in the default Blizzard interface, not having anything janky going on. All right, let's skip the cutscene. I do actually want to watch that cutscene. Wow. I do actually want to watch that cutscene at some point. I skipped it on like when it dropped with the pre-patch. If you guys have seen it, let me know in the chat. Let me know if you have watched the cutscene. Is it worth watching? I don't know why the audio is muted. Presumably my game audio is muted, and so that's why it's not able to hear it. All right. So it looks like the leveling realms are back online is what it's saying. There we go. There we go. The beta leveling realms are back online. Should we, I'm wondering if we should quickly hop onto one of those. I think character copies are disabled. But I think I'd already copied over my main with a couple million gold. All right, let's do what we, so that this isn't too, so that no one feels that I'm clickbaiting them. Let's actually hop on here and do what do you call it, blacksmithing and leatherworking, and let's get that out of the way, and then we'll tinker around with the leveling realm because I want to test out the delves. We want to test out profession leveling. We want to see if profession leveling still gives you experience. I think they nerfed it quite a bit during Dragonflight because people were just leveling their main characters by swapping out professions and things like that. But all right, we don't have our bag add-on, which is what it is. But anyway, so first things first, I think we'll do blacksmithing first. Let's go ahead and learn blacksmithing, and this is of course a fresh character, so they're not carrying over anything from what do you call it, from Dragonflight. Let's go ahead and slap this on our action bar because we're probably going to be opening and closing it quite a bit. Now, blacksmithing, it looks like when you learn the profession, it doesn't actually give you any actual recipes with it, which is kind of an interesting choice. I wonder if they will fix that and have these 3 maybe granted when you learn the profession. It seems a bit unusual. I wonder if that's just a beta thing. In any case, it looks like the first 3 recipes we're going to get are the core alloy, which is, I guess, the main crafting reagent, or one of the crafting reagents. We'll go through all the different items that we can unlock and sort of the unlock path and stuff like that. We will do a full deep dive like I've done in the past. But basically, we have the core alloy, and this requires echoing flux, which will be a vendor item. Remember to always buy these on a goblin character so that you get the maximum discount possible. Crystalline powder, looks like this is an auction house reagent, and I guess these drop for gatherers when they're collecting herbs or ore. And then we have bismuth, which is of course the new, like, what do you call it, standard tier ore. I guess this is the replacement for ceravite, and it looks like this will come in 3 different qualities as well. The crystalline powder is just 1 quality level, and of course the vendor item is also 1 quality level. Now there is null stone, which I guess also comes from mining, which is sort of the same way that it's worked for every expansion so far. So hopefully these mats, I mean, of course, day 1 mats are going to be super expensive, right? Crystalline powder, bismuth, null stone, right? All those are going to be super expensive the first couple of days. It really depends on how much we have access to during the early access period. But I think probably these mats shouldn't end up costing too much, a week or 2 into the expansion. And then, of course, as always, prices will just continue to come down as the expansion progresses. Now, it looks like this is, interestingly enough, blacksmithing has a cooldown this time, right? And it looks like we'll use up 1 artisan's acuity, not huge. We'll use up some crystalline powder, and we'll use up a core alloy. Handily, my main blacksmith does have mining on them, so I think we should, even if we decide to level up that character early on during the early access or whatever, we should be able to gather most of the mats that we need to start leveling up ourselves. I will take a look to see whether it's more profitable in the first couple of days to sell the mats or actually use them to level up my own profession. We don't know where we get this recipe, or at least it looks like it's glitched out on the beta here. I wonder if this is something that we unlock just by way of going into like whether we need to do any other content to get this, or if we can unlock it just by going through the profession tree, like just by going through the trainer recipes, or maybe through one of the specializations. But basically, ever burning in ignition, looks like you have five available crafts. I would be surprised if there isn't a specialization and some knowledge points that we can spend to increase the number of available crafts that we have. And basically it says, let's look at the on use effect. And what does it say here? It says use, ignite the forge, gain ingenuity, multi-craft, and resourcefulness based on your ever-burning forge specialization for 30 minutes. Okay, so that's interesting, right? Basically, we can get a buff to our crafting stats for 30 minutes, and presuming, you know, the cooldown on this is probably going to be similar to the cooldown that we have for alchemy or for tailoring or others. Essentially, for blacksmithing, we'll want to craft a whole bunch in one little quick period and then wait until we have more of these ever-burning ignitions, as otherwise it will be suboptimal and we'll probably sacrifice some profits there, right? Or not be able to guarantee higher level ranks. Now, in terms of alloys, it looks like we have the sanctified alloy, and this is just a trainer recipe. Let's see if there's anything crazy on here. A standard issue tinderbox of the Arathi. Profane tinderbox. I wonder if this is a vendor item. It looks like it may be. And then, of course, we use some of the green ore here as well. Not too surprising there. Charge alloy. This is the blue alloy, and this is also a trainer recipe. Again, just some more ores that we need. And then we have the other blue alloy, which is also a trainer recipe, and again, just more of the mats. Now we have the epic, of course, spark gear, and these, I guess, will unlock by specializing into the individual pieces. It looks like these mats are correct. 490 recipe difficulty, so these are going to take a while until we can guarantee them at max level. But my understanding is the way that the profession systems work is so that if you have, you know, rank 5 blue profession equipment, you have 100 skill in the profession, as well as you have all of your knowledge points spent into a specific specialization, you should be able to, and you use rank 3 mats, which is also an important point to note, you will be able to guarantee, what do you call it? You will be able to guarantee rank 5 crafts. It's just going to take you quite a while, probably months, if not, yeah, at least a couple of months until we have enough knowledge points and are able to do that for just one piece. But yeah, I don't think there's too much to be said here. I am curious if how difficult it will be to unlock these infusions and the missives and things like that, but we'll take a look at that when we get to the tree. Now, these are the recipes that I'm extremely excited for. This is the crafted blue gear. I'm not sure how eye level 545 compares, but most likely these are going to be very big sellers for us. In every expansion, they have these sort of level 80 crafted blue gear, right? That is basically just a bunch of stuff that you can slap on your character once you hit level 80. They're very popular sellers because of the fact that they're generally not too expensive, but do have very healthy profit margins, because anyone who dings level 80 and has a little bit of extra gold will probably just go buy a full set of these to get them started on their heroic dungeons, to get them started on whatever else, right? PvEers, that is. For PvP characters, we'll look at that in a second. But yeah, so it looks like we have 6 pieces that require level 80. And then we have 3 of these leveling pieces, and these ones are the real big gold makers. Now, these you can equip at level 71, but are eye level 515. The majority of players are not going to have any pieces of gear at the end of Dragonflight that are eye level 515. I will most likely want to probably smack these onto some of my alts that I'm leveling as well, right? There are 3 pieces, and most importantly, the chest piece, which has the largest stat pool, and you can pick what stats you get on them, right? Of course, people can also unlock these sigils along the way, and so they can upgrade them if they get those to drop. And I guess these enchanted weathered harbinger crests will probably come from, oh, what's that doing? Oh, we can't see the renown levels on this server. We'll take a look at the on the leveling realms, but essentially, where did my blacksmithing go? Jeez. essentially we'll be able to, anyone who maxes out, you know, if you max out any of the renowns, you'll probably get one of these tokens, which will allow you to upgrade any of these pieces of gear all the way to eye level 590, which is going to be should be pretty high level for this. Similarly, we have these spark weapons, right? And these are mainly going to be crafting order recipes. So from a gold making perspective, unless, you know, you really enjoy the crafting order system, I'm probably not going to recommend that you go down the path of trying to specialize in one of these. If you're playing on a slightly, maybe on a medium pop server, and no one else is selling one of these, you know, and you're the only guy who can, you're the only person who can craft, not guaranteed, but you're the only person who can craft rank 5 claymores, right? Then there is the potential for quite a bit of gold. But even then, you're probably going to be limited by your concentration, right? Because you only have so much concentration that you can get on a single character, right? You can only have up to 1,000, and it regens at a rate of about 10 per hour. So essentially every 4 days you can log on and make a whole bunch of gold, but you can't really have a never-ending source of gold, which is what I tend to look for when it comes to gold making. Similarly, these blue crafted weapons are also going to be very popular sellers, and it looks like the bats aren't that expensive, right? We need 1 core alloy and 5 iron claw ore. I think these are the one-handed. Let's see if there's, yeah, the two-handed still only requires 1 core alloy. You just need a little bit more iron claw ore, and so these should also sell for a pretty high amount of profit, to be honest. While we're at it, let's see if we can't find what this outfit looks like. I don't know if there will be a set here, but it looks like this set is called the Dredger's set. Here we go. Okay, pretty nice looking set. Is this, it doesn't mention here. I don't think this is the actual one that we're going to be crafting. They may not have added it to the transmog thing just yet, so we may have to just manually go through and equip each of these pieces. I think it's just a recolor that's going to be this lovely gold, and yeah, it looks like it's the same set that you would get from the delvers, from delves. The only difference is the color palette, which sort of makes sense, right? But for transmog collectors, let's quickly equip all this. Boom. And you know what? Let's go ahead and equip one of the blue weapons as well, just to have a complete picture of what this looks like. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I wonder if... What I was going to say is that it's kind of annoying that the weapons don't color match the blue crafted weapons don't color match, or at least I think that was an issue with probably just that sword. Maybe they haven't applied the correct appearance to it yet. Presumably it would be the same color so that you can buy a completely matching set, right? Because the other weapons do look like they color match, and so even for transmog purposes, people who want to buy a full set, that's a pretty good looking set, right? I actually like this color palette better than I do this one for whatever reason. But yeah, that's a good looking set. Let's take a look at what this Everforge set looks like. Hopefully that isn't just a recolor. I think this should be more in line with one of the tier appearance type looks, the Everforge. Ooh, I like the mismatched shoulder pieces. All right, and let's go ahead and equip one of these epic weapons as well. Boom. That is a sick looking set. Now, of course, we'll be limited by sparks, so it's probably gonna take until season 2, or you know, someone who's very actively playing multiple plate characters in season 1 to unlock this full transmog set. But that is a sick looking set, and I love this appearance of this weapon as well. All right, we're on a warrior, so we can equip two-handed weapons, and goddamn, does that not look amazing? Okay, but anyway, so we have the crafted gear. That's going to be a huge market. This is the crafted PvE gear. We have some shields, of course, sort of the similar to same thing there. Or I guess this is the embellished gear. And we will still have a limit of 2 embellishments. So if you're equipping one of these, you won't be able to add an embellishment to any of these other items here. Now, of course, we have profession equipment, and I do need to make a little chart of who exactly is going to craft what for who. Right, but essentially it looks like in blacksmithing, we're going to craft the skinning tool, We're going to craft, of course, the mining tool, which sort of makes sense, as well as the herbalism tool. And these will use up artisan's acuity. Now, if you're unfamiliar, artisan's acuity, you basically get a limited amount of per week. You'll get some from NPC crafting orders or patron crafting orders. You'll get some just through the quest lines and things like that. You will no longer get them from the treasures. So there was a bit of a cheese that a lot of people use in Dragonflight and that people were planning on using for the War Within, where you could basically take a character, learn 2 professions on them, fly around, pick up all the treasures, loot all the artisan's acuity, and then drop those professions, train another profession, and do the exact same thing. And that would get you about 900 artisan's acuity, which was super, super useful because that basically meant that you could get all 3, blue quality tools for your character, more or less on day 1 if you really wanted to, if you were persistent enough about it. They have fixed that, and so you can no longer do that. I presume that there are still probably workarounds where you can probably pick up the profession, get some of the artisan's acuity from your first craft bonus, and then complete some NPC craft orders in each of those professions. The only thing is it's going to cost a lot of gold. Now, if you were watching the stream on Wednesday, we finally overshot the 30 million gold target that we had for the War Within. So I probably need to set a new target now that, that sort of reflects that. I also now that I've hit the 30 million gold threshold, I also want to spend some of that gold. I'm probably gonna buy myself one of the some of the raid mounts and potentially also, not potentially, actually, I am planning on buying myself the gold scarab mount thing. I don't know if we can see it in here, given the fact that it's what do you call it? Is it called the gold scare? Yeah, I don't think I don't think the game just shows it to you. The golden beetle, I think it's called, and I don't think it is visible here, but yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I can't see it here, but that costs, I think it's 2.5 million gold, and so I want to pick that up as well because supposedly it's going to be moving to the black market auction house. I will probably put out a little short as well just to remind people who, maybe have the gold sitting around but haven't bothered picking up the mount just yet, like me, that is going away with the launch of the War Within. So you definitely want to pick that up now before it goes on to the black market auction house. I don't particularly love the look of the mount. I just have so much FOMO from not having picked up the Brutosaur mount that I have learnt my lesson. And if Blizzard says a vendor mount is going away, I'm just going to pick it up so that I don't see someone else riding around on it and then be annoyed that I didn't pick it up when I had the chance. Because that's definitely what happened with the Brutosaur mount. More so because I didn't have quite as much, like I only found out that it was going away at like midway through. Well, I mean, like a month before the end of Battle for Azeroth, and at that point, I came back to the game, but I didn't have enough time to, like, I think I ended Battle for Azeroth at like 3.5 million gold, and the mount cost 5 million gold at the time, and so I didn't have enough time to get the amount of gold that I needed for it, and I've regretted it dang near every day since, because I keep seeing people riding around on their Brutosaur. Hopefully, I'll get lucky one of these days, and they'll either I'll either get lucky and pick it up on one of the black market auction houses, or I don't know, we'll see. Something will work itself out. In any case, we have the profession equipment. Interestingly enough, the skinning knife comes from delves, so we will probably want to run delves on our blacksmith to see if we can get this recipe to drop. I'm not sure which item the heavy trunk is. This may be one of the one that's time gated, because I know that the delves do have certain chests that you can only loot at higher difficulties and at certain points. The rest of these recipes, it looks like we pick up from Dornagal, and they cost 150 artisan's acuity. So we will probably want to craft these on an alt for to have these leveled up. We may do some sort of like on my evokers, on whom I do plan on picking up herbalism and mining. We may actually have them learn blacksmithing first and craft these tools for themselves, or we may have to shuffle it around. We'll have to see what we do there. But my plan is to send crafting orders for these tools to a character that will use up their own artisan's acuity. What I mean by that is I will have an alt who I don't really care about the professions on them as much, and their only real purpose is going to be to funnel their artisan's acuity, the one-time sources of artisan's acuity, to another character, so that that main character has a blue profession, has all of their blue profession equipment as early as possible. The thing is that the conversion rate on that is gonna be kind of rough, right? I believe from like one-time sources, week 1 will get around 300 or 400 artisan's acuity, which basically means we'll need to have roughly 3 alts on day one. Like we'll need to have roughly 3 alts per like main profession character. So for each main profession character we have, we're gonna need 6 alts to funnel artisan's acuity to them. Does that sound degen as hell? Heck yeah. That sounds degen as all heck. But unfortunately, if the meta remains the way it is, that probably means that we're gonna have to do it that way. Now, if we can get 450 artisan's acuity in week 1, that means that we can give our characters, we can get them the blue profession tool week 1 itself. If not, if it is actually closer to 300 or 400, then we'll probably have to wait. The reason that we need 450 is because each of these blue crafting recipes require 150 artisan's acuity for the recipe itself, never mind the 300 you need to craft it. So we will need to take a look at that. We'll take a look at the leveling server and see how much artisan's acuity we can gather up on a fresh level, like on a level 70 just entering the zone. In any case, the other thing that we will probably make a lot of gold on, let's actually just quickly finish up here. So we will, for blacksmithing, we'll craft one of our equipment pieces, one of our accessories, and we will also craft our tool, which is kind of nice, though we will have to spec into it in order to be able to craft it. So again, that's another reason why we may want to do this on an alt, because we'll have an alt specialize into crafting profession tools, and we'll use them to craft the tools, right? That way our main can just put their knowledge points into something that actually churns out gold. Now, the other big seller, and I'm really excited about this because they finally removed the artisan's acuity requirement for these, is the green profession tools. These are an absolute gold mine, right? I made so much gold with with these in Dragonflight. I cannot speak highly enough about them. The reason being is that every person who levels up a character is going to, at the very least, my background audio has some spoken word in it. I thought something went wrong there. In any case, basically anyone who is leveling up professions on a character is at the very least going to need at least 3 of these items, right? And what that means is if they don't have the correct professions, or if they're a more casual player and they're not as insane as I am to try and have, at least one character with every profession, they'll just pick these up off the auction house. And it looks like these are pretty cheap to craft as well, right? Just 1 core alloy for this one. I'm guessing these other ones, never mind, I take that back. I thought maybe they were just giving us the blacksmithing one on the cheap, but it looks like actually all of the profession tools, the green ones at least, are pretty cheap to craft, right? 1 or 2 core alloys and a null stone. I mean, these are blue, so presumably the drop rate is not super high on them, but we'll definitely be able to craft these super cheap, and these should sell for a good amount, especially on the tools, where, a stat like multi-craft, or if it's a gathering tool, then some of the gathering stats are valued more highly than some of the other ones, and so it may even be profitable to use missives on these, right? We will definitely want to have at least 1 character who's just churning out profession equipment, the green stuff, and then potentially also, once we've crafted all the blue items for our own characters, arguably even before then, to be honest, people will pay you 1 million gold. Like I would not be surprised if there are multiple people willing to pay at least 1 million gold to get to buy your artisan's acuity and craft these tools for them, especially if you can guarantee like a max rank, right? You'd also want to use up the concentrate, like they'll also be paying you for your concentration as well as for your artisan's acuity. So even if you don't plan on doing professions very actively, get into Remix, level a bunch of alts, and then, you know, in the first couple of weeks, throw some professions on them, unlock a profession tool, and you can easily sell that blue crafted profession tool to someone or the other for probably at least a couple 100,000 gold. But I could see, if you're quick enough with it, that you can probably get someone to pay you like 1 million gold for it. I would not be surprised by that at all, right? For someone who's, crafting in huge volumes, 1 million gold up front as an investment isn't all of that much. It's too rich for my blood, but I mean, there's people out there with like hundreds of millions of gold, right? Like 30 million gold is a lot, admittedly, but I am far from the biggest goblin, and there's a lot of people who have a lot more gold than I do. And of course, tokens also exist, so there's a lot of people who have a lot more money that they're willing to throw at a problem like this as well to be OP in the early phase of the expansion. All right, now it looks like we also have a... Oh, okay, never mind. This is just the Master's Hammer, which will basically allow you to repair a piece of a weapon or a piece of plate armor. I mean, I don't know. It's bind on pickup, so it's not exactly something that anyone's going to be super excited. I don't think there's much gold making perspective, and I doubt a charge alloy is going to be cheaper to acquire than to just repair your gear, right? Like, repair costs aren't that high. I know they go up every expansion, right? That's just part of the inflation between expansions, but I mean, I doubt that that's going to really make too much sense. Maybe we need to turn these in for a quest, and that's when we'll need to craft these. We'll craft one of everything for the first craft bonus, for the first craft knowledge point whenever we unlock these things, but I don't see them really being too relevant for gold making. All right, let's move a little quicker now. We have a razor stone as well that we can use to, sharpen our profession tools, increasing finesse. So gatherers are gonna want this. This is a really cool item. I don't think we had a Dragonflight equivalent of this. Pretty cheap to acquire, and again, it's gonna be going into the tool tree, right? It looks like these green recipes we do just pick up from the trainer for all of them, I believe. But on the whole, you'd still want to have someone who's specialized into like these tools specifically, the means of production tree, I guess it's called, because of the fact that they'll be able to, they'll have more resourcefulness, they'll be able to craft it at a higher quality level, and so overall, you will still want to have, ideally, to be as competitive as possible, you will want to have these crafted on a character that has specialized into that tree. And so, I mean, just looking at how many alts we'll need with blacksmithing on him, we'll definitely want at least one. Sorry, I'm just making some notes here as we go. One tool crafter. And then we'll take a look at the others if it makes sense for us to have someone who maybe specializes literally in just alloys. That's one of the reasons why I'm leveling up so many alts, so that I can sort of set that up as I want. All right, then coming over to the PvP gear. Now, these were a tremendous seller for me in Dragonflight, right? And they will continue to be so in the War Within. The only thing is, I actually think they're probably going to make they're going to be a lot more profitable in the War Within, primarily because of the fact that the barrier to entry for these has skyrocketed up. They have made it a little bit easier, where if you learn the recipe in one of the seasons, you've actually then unlocked it for the entirety of the expansion, which is kind of nice. We won't have to go out buying new recipes, and we won't have them cluttering up our profession tab here. The only downside is that, of course, we get fewer knowledge points, but on the whole, I think that's probably okay, right? I think that's probably not the worst thing. But the other, but the main caveat here is that I don't believe you will be able to get these as random drops from like battlegrounds and things, right? Never mind, I take that back. It says here that these may contain profession reagents, recipe scrolls, PvP consumables, and more. So it looks like we can probably actually still loot these recipe scrolls from these from queuing up from these contenders strong boxes, right? And so let's see, I think rated also gives you a contender strong box, and presumably the higher your rating, there may be I'm not sure if there are better versions of these that drop at higher ratings, But essentially what we had to do in Dragonflight is, I mean, I did try running some battlegrounds here and there to see if I could get them to drop. Didn't have much luck, but I also only ran 1 or 2. I don't think it's the kind of thing that you'd really want to farm. I don't know how long it actually takes to farm up 7,500 honor, but I doubt that that's going to be a great use of our time. But I do expect these recipes to be quite expensive, definitely early on. Hopefully prices come down, you know, not hopefully, prices will come down as more of them drop and as more people buy them up and stuff as well. But we do ideally want to try and snipe these as early as possible, as cheap as we can get them, right? And cross-realm trading is going to be very, very powerful for that, as it was in Dragonflight, where you're probably going to want to monitor other servers and figure out whichever realm in your region has it at the cheapest, and then it's just going to be first come first serve, whoever's able to go snipe that as quickly as possible, right? But that said, there's also good there's probably going to be a good amount of arbitrage gold that you could make by buying these on higher pop servers and selling them on lower pop servers, right? Prices are generally higher on lower pop servers, so yeah, that should be really interesting. The other reason that there's going to be a lot more demand for these green crafted PvP items beyond the usual that we saw in Dragonflight is, well, twofold. First of all, there are now also PvP crafted weapons, which is a game changer. Previously, we didn't have weapons. We just had armor pieces and that was it. But now it looks like they've also given us weapons that we can craft. So that's going to be amazing. The other really cool thing is that basically this is going to be, previously it was sort of like catch-up gear, right? If you wanted to take an alt into PvP, you could hit the auction house and buy them this, like a full set of this gear as a starter gear set, right? In the War Within, it's not only your starter gear, but actually all you will need to buy one of these pieces of gear if you're planning on PvPing at all, because what you'll then do is, as you start to loot different items, as you start to loot, like as you're actually doing your PvP, you'll start to loot these different heraldry items, and you'll just upgrade that first piece. So what that means is, A, we'll have a lot more crafting orders for PvP here, but B, even if someone is planning on like doing, you know, really high-end arenas or whatever, they will still need to at some point or the other have one of these pieces crafted. And so they may as well just pick it up at the start of the season and, you know, get the boost through it. And then they will just need to send a crafting order and won't need to spend more items in order to unlock more of these. I'm not fully familiar with exactly how PvP gearing works in the War Within. We may take a look at that. I don't PvP much, so I haven't really spent too much time looking into it. So if you do know better, let me know in the comments or in the chat. But my understanding is that basically you can acquire a bunch of these and basically keep the same piece of gear. The only thing you'll do is upgrade the PvP item level on these, and I'm not sure if there's another way to increase the item level on these as well. But there may well be, right? In either case, I expect to see a lot of demand here. Then we have these frameworks. I'm not sure what they're going to be used for. Well, never mind. They're going to be used for ingenuity. I guess these are craft finishing reagents. And again, I was skeptical of these in... I didn't end up using too much of these during Dragonflight. Most often they cost more than the return was. The ingenuity one I don't see myself using. I don't imagine that this will work out financially a lot of the time, but who knows? You know, if you are going to be very dependent on concentration, then maybe it pays off. I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical. This one, the multi-craft finishing reagent, I could see being valuable, and similarly the resourcefulness one as well, I could see being quite useful there. Lastly, we have just this green item that we can use to fully repair a weapon or piece of armor. It is interesting that we have this that can repair everything, whereas we have the blacksmithing one that can only, like the blacksmithing exclusive one, that can only repair, where was it here? Earthen's Master Hammer, that can only repair a piece that you've specialized in. I don't know if that means that they expect a charged alloy to be cheaper than 10 bismuth and 2 ironclay. I would assume that would be the case, and that sort of then serves as a benefit. And then lastly, of course, as with every expansion, we have the skeleton keys that will unlock, any lockboxes or whatever. And it doesn't look like this requires blacksmithing to use. But these may be a decent seller. Am I going to invest 150 artisans acuity and 1500 cash in them early on? Definitely not. But okay, so it looks like blacksmithing, I mean, some changes, right? Some cool new items and things like that, but not a world of difference. Let's go ahead and start leveling up blacksmithing, and let's see sort of what our leveling path should be, as well as how we're, what the spec trees are like. All right, now let's first and foremost, let's buy ourselves an ultimate Nomish army knife. Definitely have one of these on every single one of your characters. They're super easy to create if you have a character with the blacksmithing garrison, with the engineering garrison unlocked. If not, you can pick them up on the auction house pretty cheap. I normally keep one of these on every single one of my characters in any case. All right, I think we still need to come back actually to this vendor itself, and let's see what we need to buy off of him. Reagent bag, sure, why not? We'll pick up one of these just so that we have them in our bag. We'll pick up one of these blacksmithing knowledge points that we'll use to test things out at the end. General goods we probably don't need. We will pick up the blacksmithing goods bag, and I think that's all we need off this fella for now. What is this? Do we need to pick up anything off of this guy right here? I don't think so. All right, let's see what we got in our, let's go ahead and equip our reagent bag, and let's see what we get in our little blacksmithing goods satchel. And for some reason it never wants to auto loot, or maybe I just have auto loot disabled. Okay, so we've got 1,000 of each of these mats. I'm not super excited about having these at rank 3. Let's see if the vendor has them at rank 1, because that's going to be more realistic as to what we're going to acquire. And yeah, okay, we can buy, do we have any bismuth? Did we get any bismuth? We got rank 3 bismuth. Let's pick up 1,000 of, I was gonna say let's pick up 1,000, but I kind of want to see how expensive training blacksmithing is without the mats. But I mean, I doubt you'll definitely be spending a lot more than this on mats on retail servers, right? There's no chance that bismuth is going to be 25 silver on live realm, so it's probably is still pretty accurate. We are still going to be underestimating how much it's going to cost to level. Now, the other thing that we need, I suppose we should probably start off by crafting core alloys. I'm actually going to go ahead and vendor these core alloys. Let's actually vendor a couple of these items because I don't want them at epic quality. The null stones are 5 gold a piece from the vendor, so I think Blizzard is expecting these to be pretty expensive, which is kind of interesting in and of itself. The crystalline powder is also a blue item, so I think they are expecting these to be a little bit pricey. I don't think the drop rates are going to be that great on them. I think you will need to farm up a decent bit to pick up these null stones, which probably means that, yet again, the core alloy is going to be the main item that we want to start off our leveling with. All right, what else do we need for this? We need echoing flux, and hopefully we can find that on this vendor or one of these vendors here. Let's see if this guy has them. Oh, I do need to get an add-on. I do need to enable an add-on that will allow me to search vendors, because on this beta realm, this is the issue we had on the stream the other day as well. It just took me ages to figure out which of these vendors sells the dang vendor items that we need. Here we go. Echoing flux. 30 silver is not too bad compared to some of the alchemy ones and some of the other... the tailoring threads were like 20 gold a piece, or 22 gold a piece, or something ridiculous like that, which is kind of crazy. In any case, so far we have spent about 450 gold. Not that that matters because we've not really done anything with the profession either. All right, and we need to find some crystalline powder, which I'm presuming we should hopefully be able to pick up off of one of these vendors as well. I don't think I've seen it just yet. Fresh leather and herbs. Okay. Hopefully this fella has them. Or not. Did I scroll past it maybe? Where is crystalline powder? There we go. Let's pick up 1,000 of these as well, and that way we'll know roughly how many of them we need to level up a profession. All right, so like I said, first things first, I think we're going to do the core alloys because we'll need them for these other crafts in general. We will be doing one craft of each of those items just to give ourselves the first craft bonus knowledge points. So it looks like it turns yellow around skill 5. And presumably we can push this till about skill level 10. I think we would have unlocked some from some vendor recipes as well. I don't know if anything would be cheaper than this though. Usually the weight stones are generally pretty cheap, but let's have this guy open as well while we're doing this. Okay, so we unlocked the Core Forge Repair Hammer and the Dredger's Plate Sabatons. So already great sign, right? We're already unlocking leveling gear, which means early gold, very, very doable in blacksmithing. Even if you don't have a blacksmith that does anything, I mean, as long as you throw mining and blacksmithing onto, you know, one of your alt, you can farm up these mats probably pretty quick. We may test that out on beta. We'll see what the drop rates are like. It's sort of pointless looking at drop rates on the beta just because of the fact that we're still, you know, about 3 weeks away from the launch of the game, which means that Blizzard's still primarily going to be working on those drop rates and changing them up, right? But anyways, we learned the Core Forge Repair Hammer, and we've learned the Dredger's Plate Sabatons, which is great. Now, let's go ahead and start crafting. Well, the reason I paused was because I'm wondering if I should sell off the first 1,000 of the where is it, our core alloys, and only use the ones we crafted, so we have a bit more of an accurate estimate of exactly how many mats we need. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. All right, so let's come back into blacksmithing. Let's continue crafting these core alloys. It looks like we need them for dang near everything. And until now, we've been a little bit lucky with RNG in that we've wow, I actually managed to turn a profit on selling back the core alloys. So I guess we have a little bit of a gold farm for the leveling realm should we need it. Although we can just hit that, we can hit this item right here and pick up about 10,000 gold pretty easily anyway. So it looks like the core alloys are green at level 10, so we probably want to push them to till about skill level 15. And let's see if we unlocked anything else at the trainer. I mean, it is a little bit RNG dependent. How many core alloys did we craft? We crafted about 17 of them, and I don't think we got any multi-craft procs along the way. So let's say about 20 of them. Let's guesstimate we will need to craft about 20 of them till skill level 15. And at 10 we unlock another piece of leveling gear. We unlock the 3 green profession equipments, as well as the 2 other alloys. And these recipes are expensive, 110 gold each. So I want to say we've spent about 1,200 gold so far just at the just on the training itself, though the numbers may be a little bit warped given what we've seen with the professions. And so actually, probably before we hit skill level 15, you actually want to do your first craft bonus for these, because these will give you some skill, right? You want to ideally do it between this. But in any case, let's go ahead and forge one of these. Let's forge one of these. We don't have any profession equipment equipped just yet. We would want to craft one of each of these for the first craft bonus as well, to maximize the amount of knowledge points we get. We need to pick up some iron claw ore to do a core forge repair hammer. So let's do that. Let's pick up, what did we say we needed? We needed iron claw ore, and we'll pick up, I don't know how many we're going to need, but let's pick up 100 to begin with. And let's go ahead and do our first craft bonus for this. This core forge repair hammer, I don't love as an item, but hey, it's giving us a knowledge point for the first craft bonus, same as everything else, so we might as well do it. Iron claw alloy. Now it really is going to depend on how good these mats are and what build you're planning on going for. But let's go ahead and do the first craft for that. We'll need some alcarite as well. Let's pick up 100 of those. And so we'll do first craft bonuses for all of these, which I think we have more than enough items that we can first craft bonus to get us to skill level 20 and potentially push a little bit past that as well. So let's craft each of these profession equipments. We'll craft one of each of them, which we would want to do anyway to support our alt army. I wonder if the order of them could be optimized further. Probably, but it'll really depend on what the mats are costing, and if you're farming these mats up yourself, then it'll depend on RNG as to what drops, right? All right, so we've gotten to 22 skill, which means we only need 3 more skill points in order to unlock our talent tree. Let's go ahead and learn all of the other trainer recipes that we have here. And so even if you're just leveling up, you know, blacksmithing on an alt to like use them for some other purpose, you're probably going to want to learn all these recipes and at least craft one of them. Even if it's not profitable, the knowledge points that you'll get are valuable, right? Oh, and I see we have someone else who joined us on stream. Welcome to the stream, by the way. If you have any questions or comments about what we're doing, let me know in the chat. What we're doing right now is we're on the War Within beta realm, and we're basically testing out blacksmithing. We're looking at what the leveling path is going to be. We went through all the different items that we're going to be able to craft. There's some nice new changes with the PvP gear where we can craft PvP weapons, which is kind of nice. There's some cool finishing reagents that seem to be a new addition. I don't believe there was a Dragonflight version of some of these, so that's kind of a cool new addition, as well as the fact that we are yet again doing a whole bunch of we're going to craft a whole bunch of profession equipment, which is always a good gold maker. And as always, the leveling gear, the blacksmithing leveling gear along the way is also going to be a great early gold maker and sort of a gold maker throughout the expansion, right? But that's what we're doing right now. All right, I'm going to take a quick little break and then we will be right back and we'll continue with our leveling journey. See you guys in a sec. All right, and we're back. Unfortunately, my allergies seem to be coming back a bit, which is kind of annoying, but hopefully I don't sound too bad. All right, now we're at skill level 22 after doing our first craft bonuses. We will want to do first craft bonuses for all of these items as well. So let's go ahead and do that. It will really depend on how expensive or how easy to come by the what do you call it? The null stones are. We will test out some. We may test out some mining on the leveling servers as well. Actually, this you want to craft basically the second you can, and you're really going to be reliant on RNG for this, because of the fact that you don't know which of these you're going to get. I mean, early on, you're not going to have the ability to customize your crafting stats, and missives are going to be super expensive anyway. Core alloys don't seem that expensive, so we'll probably craft a couple of them until we get a stat that we like. And what we're looking for is, ideally, we want resourcefulness early on. Multi-craft is in a close second, but ideally, resourcefulness is the one that we want, especially for leveling up and especially for early expansion, right? But the second we unlock that, we want to equip it so that we're getting not only the 8 bonus blacksmithing skill, but we're also getting the resourcefulness bonus. Now, did we craft any other equipment for ourselves that we can use? I don't believe so. We have 2 blacksmith's hammers, and ideally you'd want to keep crafting those if they're still giving skill until you get you get one of each type. The crafting speed one, I'm not sure if they still have crafting speed ones in the War Within, but the crafting speed one is definitely the worst of the 3 or potentially 4 if there is a crafting speed one, and that's completely trashed here. I would say multi-craft is useful is GOAT tier for any craft that allows multi-craft, but most of the armor and stuff like that, multi-craft is useless. Resourcefulness is useful across everything, especially early on when the mats are super precious, right? You want to maximize that. Now, we're still doing our first craft bonuses, and we're already at skill level 25, so we have unlocked specializations. We'll take a look at that in a second. Let's just complete the leveling path here, and we've actually unlocked a whole bunch more recipes as well. So it looks like we're not... unless they significantly change something, I don't remember seeing any of these recipes actually coming from factions, from Renown, which seems a bit strange. Okay, it looks like some of these are going to come from, this is a world drop, which is kind of interesting. This is a treasure that we'll have to go out and loot, which is kind of nice. And then this one is just off of the raid boss, right? The siphoning stiletto. In any case, the first couple of weeks, no one's going to have sparks, right? Until the season starts. And I don't think the season starts until like 2 weeks into the expansion. So we're definitely not going to, for any of these gear crafters, you would need to start prepping a character in week 1. But given the way that the catch-up system works, and what I mean by that is basically the way it's going to work in the War Within, different to Dragonflight, is that in the War Within, there'll be a weekly cap to how many knowledge points you can get, and similar to the other catch-up systems that they had for sparks, and that they had for, I think that they've had a long time for PvP, but like this season they have it for the bullions, right? The cap will increase each week, and any returning any player who's trying to catch up will be able to have access to that full cap. And so even if you don't necessarily do all of your profession stuff during early access or during week 1, you will be able to catch up pretty rapidly. So I'm super excited about that as well. But it does seem a little bit strange that we haven't seen a single recipe that requires like faction renown. I don't know if they plan on changing that. Maybe that will come in a later build of the beta, or maybe blacksmithing just doesn't rely on any renown. You'll get knowledge points and you'll get some artisan security from renown, but you won't actually unlock any recipes, and that could be interesting as well. Now, we've unlocked the sanctified alloy, but I doubt we're going to be able to get any of these mats cheap enough during the early couple of weeks to be able to craft this. The profane tinderbox, I'm not sure what exactly the source of this item is. It doesn't seem to say it here. And actually, while I'm saying that, I see we have some more people joining us on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if are you playing the beta? Are you enjoying the Radiant Echoes event? We were tinkering around with that event a little bit earlier because they made a bunch of changes, almost all of which are good. The only thing is they nerfed some of the gear drops, but on the whole, I think some amazing changes to the Radiant Echoes event. And the other thing that's going on is that WoW is completely free to play this weekend. So if you are, maybe your subscription's lapsed or something like that, and you're trying to figure it out, you can play for free this weekend and you have access to everything. So I would definitely get on that if you are interested in the game at all. But in any case, I think what we will do first is we'll do the first craft bonuses for all these. We need to craft some more core alloys. So let's go ahead and maybe craft another 20 of these. And presumably by having our little blacksmith's hammer here, we should be able to craft most of these. Actually, you know what? Let's craft our toolbox first, because that will give us more resourcefulness and more crafting speed, which will make this go a little bit quicker. We're not going to want to spend concentration or to use up higher quality reagents to craft a better version of this just yet. But the other interesting thing to note is that early on, I completely forgot the fact that these crafted green profession tools also have quality rankings, and so you get more stats with better quality crafted versions of it. So that's another chance to make a lot more gold out of these items early on if you specialize into profession tools, right? I mean, like they always say, the way to make gold, like the way to make money during a gold rush is to sell shovels, right? You don't want to actually be panning for gold yourself. You want to sell the shovels to everyone else who thinks they're going to make a whole bunch of gold with all these things. That is a huge market. Everyone's trying to do that. If you're selling tools to help them do that, you're going to make gold. No one's going to want to specialize into making profession tools on their main right? They're probably going to either want to like become the best crafter for one of these, you know, their best in slot gear piece, or maybe they're going to specialize into something else. We'll take a look at the specializations in a second here. I want to see how far we can push our skill just off of the trainer recipes and with you know, the simpler maths. Sanctified alloy we could do for the first craft bonus, and it will give us some skill ups. The only issue is I don't know what this profane tinderbox is, and I don't know what the source is going to be, so I don't know if we will be able to easily acquire that, you know, in the first couple of days or first couple of weeks. If in case this requires something further on, you know, that's what it is. And also there will not be that much demand for sanctified alloy in week 1, because my guess is that you will primarily be using those to craft these the spark gear, right? No one's gonna have a spark until, you know, the season begins, which is I think 2 or 3 weeks into the launch. So there's not really gonna be a huge amount of demand for this, and it is gonna be very expensive to craft. So definitely items like that you don't really want to be crafting week 1. But let's go ahead and craft we've got both of the 2 items that we craft for ourselves we have equipped here. And let's go ahead and craft everything else that we need for the first craft bonus. And of course, these items will also sell for quite a bit, right? These level 80 equipment items. I do have a feeling that the prices for these will actually not be the highest early on. What will probably happen is, you know, day 1, most people are going to be leveling. So there's not going to be a lot of demand for these level 80 crafted items, the required level 80 crafted items. So the first couple of days, probably not a whole bunch of demand. As more and more people hit level 80, there will be more demand. The other reason that prices are probably going to go up a little bit, I mean, at the start, everything will be stupid expensive. Then prices will drop a bit because of the fact that everyone who's leveling blacksmithing is going to be crafting at least one of these for the first craft bonus, which means there'll be a lot of supply. If you time it right, there's probably a good chance that you can even flip a bunch of those, right? That would happen a lot with this profession equipment gear. People would craft these at, you know, craft one of each of them to get the first craft bonus and then just throw them up in the auction house. And I would pick them up super cheap. So cheap that I would, in some cases, turn a profit by just buying these super cheap and disenchanting them, because you can actually disenchant these. And so, yeah, that was one of the ways that I made a bunch of gold in early Dragonflight, was just buying, you know, level 1 versions of like the what do you call it, tier 1 versions of this profession equipment that people had clearly just crafted to level up their blacksmithing. I would buy them for like 5 gold, disenchant them, and get like 25 to 50 gold worth of enchanting materials out of it. So that's another little bonus tip there. But okay, we need to craft more of the core alloy so that we can craft all of these items, and we want to craft at least one of each of them, not only for the skill points, but again for the knowledge points and for the artisan's acuity that we'll get. So let's head back to the vendor. And did we buy oh no, sorry, what am I saying? We don't need to hit the vendor, we just need to craft more of these core alloys. For a second I thought we got through 1,000 bismuth, which I was going to say is kind of insane. But it looks like we've gone through about 209 of them so far. Let's try and get an estimate of how many we need here. So let's go back to our first craft bonus here. We need 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 12. Let's go ahead and craft 12 more of these, because I also want to get an estimate of roughly how much bismuth it's going to take to level up one of these characters, and how much crystalline powder and stuff like that, so that if we do decide to farm our own mats, we sort of can go out, farm up all the mats, and then just sit in what do you call it, in Dornagle, and craft everything all at once in one fell swoop, as opposed to like crafting a bit, gathering, crafting, gathering. Yeah. Let's go ahead and craft the rest of these. And then we'll see once we sort of max out. I think it should be possible. I mean, the way it's looking right now, it should be possible to push pretty far ahead into blacksmithing. I don't think we'll have the same issue that we had during Dragonflight, where basically during Dragonflight you needed to max out you needed to max out one of the gear pieces in order to unlock the blacksmith's hammer, which was the only way that you could level up blacksmithing to 100, right? Which was kind of annoying because if you didn't spec into it early on and you didn't have something like the Dark Moon Fair, or, you know, you didn't wait a week or two until you unlocked more knowledge points, you kind of were stuck. And I think the changes to the specialization Blizzard made are probably also partially to avoid situations like that. All right, we've got our needle set, and hopefully these don't turn yellow. Oh, and of course they do, because I said it on stream, and that's how streaming works. If I say something, if I put it out into the universe, and I'm doing it on stream, it's always going to happen. So that's just how that goes. All right, so these level 80 pieces, again, I mean, we'll learn them and we'll craft one of each for the first craft bonus and for the skill points that they're going to give us. But I would potentially, on the first couple of days, you may want to hold on to some of these if prices aren't, like if you're not turning a profit on them. If you are, well and good. There is still a good chance that there are going to be enough pumpers that are just going to push their way through to level 80 on day one, right? Just degen grind it out. Heck, I say degen grind it out, but there's a good chance that I do that as well. I tend to care less about gear, so there's a good chance that I don't actually buy myself gear, or at least, you know, worry too much about gearing early on. I'm not going to be doing anything like dungeons, like heroic. I mean, I may do a couple of heroic dungeons depending on whether I need to like learn recipes from them, but I'm primarily going to be focused on just like getting my profession set up, and then primarily on like leveling additional alts so that we can do more things at max level, and do things like farm more cash and other fun stuff like that, right? Farm up the currencies that we need to do all these things. All right, let's go back into our first craft bonus mode. And essentially it looks like blacksmithing, there's just so many recipes that we learn directly off the trainer that the best way to level it is literally, there's not much to say other than just craft one of everything for the first craft bonus. And that is sort of the best way to level up blacksmithing, which isn't the most helpful thing, isn't the most helpful instruction I can give you, but it does seem to be the case, right? Now, once we do all of our first craft bonuses, let's see if the trainer has anything else for us to learn. Oh yeah, and sure enough, we unlocked 4 more. So I think getting to 50 blacksmithing is going to be extremely trivial from a recipe perspective. Now, as to how long it takes to get you the mats, it doesn't look like any of these items that we've crafted so far have any sort of like really crazy mat requirements. So I think getting to level 50 at least in blacksmithing isn't going to be that tough, right? Which is great, because that means you'll be able to unlock at least 2 specializations, presumably once we start spending knowledge points into our specializations and doing some crafting orders. We can probably even unlock the third specialization. I don't know how many specializations there are in all. Yeah, there's going to be 4 of them. So we can actually unlock 3 of these specializations, and then we can sort of take our time getting to 100 skill level if it is proving to be difficult. All right, let's come back to our first craft bonuses here. And again, it's just core alloys and crystalline powder. A couple of these require some of the iron claw ores along the way as well. Now, my hope is that this is the final like reagent requirement, because when we looked at tailoring a couple of weeks ago, the mats looked stupidly cheap, and then Blizzard just hadn't tuned them yet, and so they came in and fixed a bunch of things and increased the crafting costs for a lot of these. Hopefully that's not the case with blacksmithing, and these are the final crafting reagents. I think it would be, because of the fact that with tailoring, for instance, all of these require just like 1 thread and like 1 piece of cloth, right? And I don't think, yeah, these numbers look kind of right, that you would need 6 of the epic alloys and about 12 of the blue alloys to craft, you know, gloves. Makes sense. It like that does seem like it could be tuned. All right, now we have to do more first crafts. God dang it. I was trying to figure out how many core alloys we needed, but I think I'm just gonna craft a bunch of these in bulk at this stage, and then see, you know, how we go. I think getting to level 60 skill in blacksmithing isn't gonna be that difficult. We will take a look at the specializations in a second here. Ideally, you'd want to start spending your knowledge points at level 20, at skill level 25 itself, so that you know, start getting resourcefulness, you start being able to craft better quality items and whatever. But because of the fact that I want to do this, I want to sort of have a guide to leveling agnostic of whatever choices you make. We're just gonna test it out this way. And thank you to everyone who's watching live. I see we have 4 viewers live on Twitch, so thank you so much for watching live. Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if you're excited for the beta, what professions you're excited on seeing, if you're planning on making a bunch of gold, all of that fun stuff. Let me know in the chat, or if you're watching the video on demand later on, drop a comment. Let me know. And so, interestingly enough, it looks like actually just having leveled up blacksmithing, we're already guaranteeing rank 2 of these level 80 items. I wonder if the leveling gear as well. Yeah, we're guaranteeing rank 2 on these as well. So fairly early on, you can already start pulling away from the pack by just crafting a whole bunch of these at level 2, right? And presumably if you start investing knowledge points into armor crafting, you can probably even start guaranteeing them at rank 3 or 4. I think rank 5 you will probably need to, will take a bit more work. But early on, I mean, people are going to buy, you know, whatever they can afford. All right, let's craft one of each of these weapons. And we'll also craft one of each of these finishing reagents just for the first craft bonus, the knowledge points, and the skill as well. And annoyingly, it looks like we will need to probably craft one more of one of these items. And honestly, for the mats, if we can come upon Iron Claw Knuckles, or if we can come across Iron Claw ore easy enough, then this may be a better investment. But it really depends on whether 5 Iron Claw ore or 1 crystalline powder are going to be harder to come by, given the fact that crystalline powder is a blue item and what do you call it, Iron Claw ore is a green item. It may be easier to just pick up the Iron Claw ore. So let's go ahead and do that instead. I have a feeling that we're going to be a bit strapped for crystalline powder. I don't know how often Blizzard intends to have those drop. And there we go. That got us to 51, which means that we've unlocked a second talent tree, and we've also unlocked 2 more items. Let's go ahead and do the first craft bonuses for those as well. And this is also, the mats are pretty cheap for these razor claws. I mean, this, we would ideally want to craft this as soon as we can to improve our finesse for our mining. Assuming you have mining and blacksmithing on the same character the way I do. I suppose maybe a lot of people won't. Probably, I mean, I only do it that way because of the fact that I craft a lot of like old expansion transmog, and so being able to smelt and craft all that on one character was just easier. But otherwise, if you are planning on gathering, herbalism and mining together are a better call, because you can be flying around anyway, so you might as well pick up as many nodes as you can. All right, now, I doubt we will, I mean, you're not going to see anything this busy. You'll probably see something like this, right? You'll probably see a lot of these recipes, and yeah, these are for the blue equipment. I don't think we'll be able to, I mean, something like this, you'd be able to, of course, you know, fulfill. So you definitely want to keep an eye out for these, because if you can do crafting orders on behalf of people, but you may, I mean, I don't know, you are limited to how many public orders you can fulfill, so you may want to wait until you have more skill, and so you can do slightly higher value items. Let's take a quick look at the patron work orders. Or actually, no, let's finish off what we were doing, which is we were trying to see how far we could push into blacksmithing with just first craft bonuses, and it looks like you can get to about 53. Just gonna make a note of that. After which we're gonna then want to basically figure out which of these items is cheapest. It looks like Forged Framework is probably going to be your best bet, because these are guaranteed to be orange. And I mean, that said, these items, I'm not a fan of Ingenuity. I don't think it's a great item to craft. It'll really depend. If you have enough, if null stones aren't that hard to come by, then you're definitely going to want to do this Razor Stone. And even so, these may be more profitable. I mean, the way I do it is I usually have a rough plan. I'm going to provide a rough plan in whatever guide I put together for the War Within Professions for how you want to level. But ultimately, what I generally tend to do is sort of just rely on Craft Sim or in previous expansions, Trade Skill Master, to figure out what's the most profitable in that moment, so that I can sometimes even turn a profit while leveling up a profession, right? Which is dream mode. Because otherwise, I mean, I don't think that's going to be super feasible in the first week of the expansion, but you never know. You never know. People are going to be buying up all sorts of things as well. So, I mean, auction houses will be super active, and certainly if you do things cross realm, yeah, there's a lot of gold potential that you can. There's a lot of potential gold on the table for you to sweep up. All right, there's no more there's no more vendor recipes. So at this point, we just kind of need to see how far we can push into, if we can get to 60, and then we'll have to see what gives us skill post that. So I think we said that these tempered frameworks are the ones that we want them, well, not tempered, adjustable framework maybe, or the tempered framework. I mean, the mats are the same, so it doesn't really make too much of a difference. For our personal use, I mean, I could see either of them being a good call. Let's craft 2 of them, and hopefully they give us skill. All right, and that got us to 55, which turns these recipes green, after which we will want to then, I mean, Forge Framework is our best bet, right? Like I said, if we're able to get null stones, or we have spare null stones, then Ironclaw Razor Stones, I imagine being more profitable. But otherwise, we can do 5 of these and get to 60 skill pretty easy, which is kind of sick. And this is, again, without any of the knowledge points invested. What's this? Oh, craft 100 times with blacksmithing. Lol. All right, let's go ahead and forge 1 more of these. And I presume this will turn yellow at this stage. I think we could probably use this recipe to push till, I mean, if we can get to, let's do 5 more crafts of these, because that can get us to about 65 skill. Which there's no real special magic, but I want to see what level these turn green at. $64, 65. I'm guessing till about maybe 65. I'm guessing these will turn green at 65, which just means we'll need to craft a whole bunch more of them to get skill points. Okay, never mind. Oh wait, sorry, we didn't get a skill point. That's why. I thought we hit 65 skill. Yeah, so they turn green at 65. In all honesty, that's probably still going to be the cheapest way to level. The only other items that are going to give you skill ups are going to be these epic items, which are going to be reliant on sparks, so not really available to us early on. And then the blue profession gear, which again is going to require knowledge points. There is the PvP gear, but again, the season doesn't start, and I don't believe you can acquire this prior to the season starting. I may be mistaken though. We may be able to test that out on the leveling realm in a second here. But realistically, to push to skill level 70, you're just going to have to do frameworks. But it is entirely feasible to get to 70 skill with just that. All right, let's go ahead and craft the rest of these, and let's see if we can get to skill level 70. Because then I am interested to take a look at the craft. Well, we said we'd finish off the leveling, we'll look at the craft orders, and then we'll go into the specializations and sort of come up with the different builds that we would ideally, in a perfect world, if time wasn't a thing, how many alts would we want to have blacksmithing on? We'll figure that out a bit. And I think we said we're doing the Forged Framework or the Ironclaw Razor Stone. It doesn't really matter which one. If we're able to come across null stones, if we have spare null stones, then we do the Razor Stones. If we don't, then we do the Forged Framework. And if you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let's make this more interactive. I feel like I'm just ranting. Although, to be fair, that's the majority of my streams. Unless someone chats with me, but I definitely much prefer it when someone's chatting, and we can kind of go back and forth. Oh geez, why is that all zoomed in? That doesn't look pretty. All right, we're at 66 skill. Wow. Okay, so I mean it's green. Either we're just having terrible luck with RNG, or it's some sort of like weird green that isn't actually giving us skill ups. I don't think it is actually giving us skill ups. So let's just move on. Now, coming over to the crafting orders. So patron crafting orders, these can be a source of additional skill. They can also, I mean, on your actual character, you'd want to look at these first and foremost, because any of the items that we've crafted to level up, if you can do them through a crafting order, all the better, right? You're not going to make gold on the bulk of these, right? Because none of them have all of the mats. These are very much, I love that Blizzard went, no more like public scam craft orders. Instead, an NPC will give them to you, right? That's basically what this is. I mean, essentially, if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, is the public crafting order system for the past couple of patches has just been filled with these like scam orders where people put up a crafting order with a super low reward and none of the mats, and their hope is that, you know, you click on it, you don't realize that they haven't included mats, and you craft them the item, and then they get the item for like 5 gold when the mats cost you like 300, right? Instead, we kind of have that with these patrons instead, which is kind of funny. The reason I didn't use them for leveling up this character in specific is because I want to eliminate the RNG. All of these crafting orders are very RNG dependent. And, you know, for instance, my character has these crafting orders available to me, but your character may have completely different ones. So you definitely want to check these out early on. If you can get skill ups while doing these, you will want to do them. Ideally, we want to complete as many of these as possible, both in terms of that we have the skill, we have the recipe, and we can afford the mats for, and, you know, that we can craft them at this quality without using up our concentration. As far as if we want to use up concentration, that becomes more of a personal sort of, it depends on how you want to do it. But ideally, you want to kind of go through and basically the different rewards that you can get, right, is you can get just straight up Artisan's Acuity, about 10 of those, and you'll also get a little payout. But the other ones that the other reason that we want to do these crafting orders is for the flickers of knowledge, right? And these are going to be these will each give you 1 additional knowledge point. I'm not including them in here because they are sort of RNG dependent, right? So we won't include those in these calculations. Ooh, wow, 30 Artisan's Acuity for this one. That's kind of nice. And so ideally you want to check your characters for this more or less every 2 to 3 days, I would say, right? We can see here that most of these crafting orders are up for 3 to 7 days. I think most of them are up for 7 days, but I think they refresh every 3 days. Like, so every 3.5 days roughly. So about basically twice a week, right? The same thing as the world quests. You'll want to hop onto each of these characters and knock out as many of these as you can. Right, as many as you can afford to, and as many that you can, you know, get done for whatever. Like, given all the constraints, you want to get them done. Hey, Seek, welcome back to the stream. How's it going? How are you liking the Residual Echoes event? Did you see all the changes they made? They've made it now super easy to farm up all of the transmog, as well as they've significantly buffed everything. Yeah. They've buffed everything significantly. We tested it out earlier on stream, and I mean, they nerfed a couple of things where now instead of having 1 quest weekly per character, you can do the quests daily, and instead of giving you 1,500 residual echoes, they give you 3,000 residual echoes per quest, but they change it to account wide, so you can only do it once on your character. Like, you can only do it once for all of your characters. The other sort of little, I mean, they buffed how many residual echoes you get from mob kills, how many residual echoes you get from like completing the stages of the event. The bosses used to give 500 residual echoes, and now give you 1,400, which is sick as hell. Yeah, the quest is account daily now. Yeah, exactly. Instead of character weekly, which is, yeah. I mean, honestly, I kind of prefer it because it forces me to be less degen. Otherwise, I was trying to get as many characters through. Overall, you're still going to get way more residual echoes than you would before because of the fact that the event is now constantly up. So the second the boss gets killed, the boss, like the event starts over and you can just basically stay in one zone and infinitely farm up as many residual echoes as you want. Yes, I literally have that's literally the exact same as me. I already have the ring, I have the mount, and I bought one of the pets earlier on stream. I actually have more than enough residual echoes for all of the pets. And I've unlocked a good bit of the transmog as well. One of the things that I was doing on stream the other day, and that I figured out, if you're looking for a more degen way to do this, you can actually take starter accounts. Like you can add starter accounts to your battle.net account, and you can take starter characters. You can create them as allied races, so they'll start at level 10. And you can just port them over to Dalaran and into the event zone, and they can also get all of the they can get the residual echoes. They have a chance to drop. They have a chance at the boss loot. So you can unlock the transmog on them as well, even though they're a level 10 character and they'll get a level 70 piece of loot. It'll still unlock the transmog for them. So if you want to farm up transmog, that the starter account method is a decent way of doing that. The other really, really interesting thing that I don't know if it's working as intended or if Blizzard just messed up is that you can transfer currency off of your starter account. So let's say you complete you complete some of the objectives and you complete the world boss on one of your starter account characters, and so they have about 2,000 residual echoes. You can then hop onto your main account and just go into the currency transfer interface. Like okay, we're on beta right now, and this is a template character, so I don't have any currencies, but you can go in there and transfer it off of your starter account to your main account, which is, I don't know if that's working as intended or not, but it's pretty dope. The other thing that's also kind of cool, and I don't know if it's working as intended or if this is just a bug and Blizzard hasn't gone around to fixing it, is that starter account characters have access to the war bank. So even if you're trying to farm up the like different items that you need for the heirloom ring, you can actually buy them on your starter account. Like you can farm them on your starter account character and then just dump them in the war bank and consolidate them on your main account to get the different items that you need a little bit quicker if you don't want to wait around. The other major nerf though, yeah, you're saying that it's a scam that the ring needs to be upgraded. It is always kind of shitty to me whenever Blizzard decides that like, oh, we'll give you an heirloom, but then guess what? You got to spend like 25,000 gold to upgrade it. I don't get why. I like the heirlooms. Honestly, ever since they changed the like set bonuses, right? Before it would actually just give you a plus experience buff, right? That was great. That made heirlooms worth it. Was it worth like 20,000 gold a piece? Like to upgrade them from 60 to 70 or whatever the ranges were? Not really. None of my heirlooms are fully upgraded just because I never thought like a 5% experience buff was worth that too. A 5% experience buff for one specific armor type and like stat item, right? Like how many alts am I really going to level that are going to use the Burnished Helm of Might, for instance, right? 2 or 3 maybe, and 20,000 gold for 5% only between those levels and whatever. Like it already, the economics didn't really make sense. I know that they put them in as like a gold sink, and so that was sort of the intention, which is fine. But then, I mean, I feel like gold sinks should be things that like impact gameplay less, right? Whereas like now, especially that since they nerfed it and like, there's like no experience bonus, it's just rested experience is consumed more slowly. I mean, I could kind of give a crap, right? I don't know. It's pointless. I mean, right now even more so because of the fact that Remix is so fast to level alts that like heirlooms aren't gonna make an ounce of difference. And even then, I feel like with the nerfs that they gave to the overall experience required from 10 to 70, I really don't see what I'm gonna need an heirloom for. Like even the heirloom ring, I mean, I got it because it's just something that you can get during the, like it's just a FOMO thing is the only reason that I bothered to grab it. And also because I didn't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Like I just gathered the mats while I was going. The only like intentional thing I had to do was spend 25 residual memories to buy the ring item. But I don't see myself ever actually using any of these heirlooms, right? Unless they like significantly buff them or I mean, yeah, I don't know. I was going to say, or they allow me to level faster from 70 to 80, right? Like maybe once I get my first level 80 character, I can, spending 20,000 to speed up the leveling from 70 to 80 in like maybe the second or third patch. There, like that, the economics may make sense. But right now, to spend 20,000 gold to make like level 45 to 50 a little bit faster, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And it is bullshit that I completely agree with you that giving us a brand new heirloom ring, but then requiring us to spend like 30,000 gold to upgrade it is super dumb. I don't know why Blizzard did it that way. Hopefully they buffed that and they fixed it. It looks like they are responding to feedback though, because they did buff the event a whole bunch after the community really complained. It seems like that, annoyingly, does seem like that's kind of the pattern. I know like the Reddit always seems to be a little bit negative when it comes to feedback about Blizzard stuff. But they do have a point that like any of these events, I mean, it was the same thing with Remix. It's the same with like, what do you call it? What's the Plunder Storm, right? Like all the events they're doing right now, the events are pretty cool in and of itself. The problem is that they make it super like degen when they first launch the event. And so everyone gets like, they wait until there's like an overreaction from the community in order to fix it. And I don't know if maybe that's like their marketing team or something is like, hey, like let's make a crappy event so that everyone like blows up about it and then there's posts everywhere. I doubt that that's like a strategy that works for them though. I feel like if they just launched a super cool event, like way more people would be way more engaged with it, because right now probably what happens is people log on, they see, how rewarding the event is, they see what the rewards are, and they sort of do the math for like how long it's going to take them to get all the rewards. And then when they see that it's going to take, like, you've got to do when it seems like you're going to need to do, I think someone did the math. And if you wanted to buy everything off the vendor, you'd need to do like 200 of the events that happen every 90 minutes. Like that's bullshit, right? No one in their right mind, excluding people like you and me I think you have this a little bit more than I do, because you're actually grinding out those weapon mogs. But even me, I'm like, okay, fine. Like if I need to do 200 events, like I will optimize the crap out of it so that I'm doing it on 5 accounts at once, right? Oh, sorry. Thanks. Can you hit the air conditioner, please? Thank you. Like I'll do it on 5 starter accounts completely within the terms of service and everything as well if needed, but I'd really rather not have to do that kind of degen stuff. But no, what I was saying was the thing that they did nerf though is that bosses don't always drop loot now. It seems to be that the first boss kill that any character does, you get your little free level 480 warband bound item. But after that, the bosses don't drop any like loot items. They drop residual memories. You still get 1,400 residual memories. But no more, like they don't guarantee drop an item, which is kind of annoying. Though also kind of makes sense. It would be kind of broken if you could just get a free level 480 piece of gear every 10 minutes, right? And probably even more often than that if you were to like realm hop, right? So I get why they made that change. And similarly, the level 490, my hope is that the boss loot is a daily lockout. Resets in like 6 minutes for North American servers, so we may hop back onto retail servers in a second to see if the character that we looted on earlier is still loot locked out, or if the next boss does drop an item for him. But I think the way it appears to be is that you still get one level 493 piece that is soulbound per week per character, and then I guess every other character, I'm not sure if it's account, like if the drop rate is restricted to the account, or if it's at a character level that you only get one piece of level 480 gear. My hope is at the very least that the first time you do a boss in each of the zones, so like the first time you do the Searing Gorge boss, the first time you do the Dragonflight boss, and the first time you do the Kalimdor boss, the Dustwallow Marsh boss that is, you would get loot. And then obviously if you do the same boss again, you don't get loot for that day. But unfortunately, if like we did the Searing Gorge boss, and then we did, I think it was the Dustwallow Marsh boss, and the Dustwallow Marsh boss didn't drop any loot. Like he dropped the residual echoes and he dropped like the heirloom item, but he didn't drop any like gear pieces, which is not great, and just means that whenever you're doing your daily quests, you ideally want to do it on 3 different characters so that you get, assuming it's character locked, you get 3 different pieces of gear. And actually, once you start getting those gear drops, like I've already farmed up a good amount of the mog just by running a bunch of alts through the event. So I don't think I'm gonna actually need that many residual echoes to buy any mogs. Like I think I'm just gonna literally be buying pieces for my like remix characters that I've leveled up and that I want to gear out a bit. But I think all the transmog I can fairly easily rely on RNG. But that's also just because of how much it's also just because of how much I play. I think the average casual player will probably need to pick up a couple pieces. So yeah, but they did also add flight stones and crests to the event as well, which is also kind of cool because not only will you get the eye level 480 gear, but you can also get everything you need to upgrade those items to 502 directly on like through the event. Now the flight stone drop rate is kind of crappy, and the crests also, you're not getting a sea of crests, but I mean you can probably pick up a decent enough amount. I think you'd still need to do other content to get enough to upgrade everything. But okay, enough ranting about the event. I'm going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to come back and look at the talent specializations. I think we're more or less done with the crafting orders. Was there anything else to be said here? Not really. I mean, yeah. I mean, the patron orders are what they are. We'll come back and look at the different specializations in a second here, and then we'll move on to leatherworking. But I'm just going to take a quick little break, and then we'll be right back. See you guys in a sec. All right, so we're back. All right, so let's get into the talent trees for blacksmithing. So there's 4 talent trees in all, it looks like. And the first one is the Ever-Burning Forge, which is going to improve our blacksmithing capabilities whenever we have that buff up. So this is probably going to be one that we do want to take, right? Where's the item that we looked at earlier? The Ever-Burning Ignition will probably get more crafts available, so we'll have more crafting time. But roughly it looks like you'll get about 2.5 hours of the crafting buff probably every 2 or 3 days, which sort of makes sense. I tend to not spend much more than that on my blacksmith in any case. But this is definitely going to be one of the talent trees that we want to take. Of course, just through the vendor recipes, we were able to get to 66, and if we really wanted to, we could push to 70, at which point I believe we'll unlock the, or is it at, yeah, we can already pick 3 of these trees, which is going to be more than enough for whatever we want to do, right? And sorry, I should say, if you're just joining the stream, what we're doing is we're going through blacksmithing. We went through, well, to begin with on the stream, we went through the Radiant Echoes event and all the changes that have happened there. I also spent a little bit of time ranting about it just before the break. We then hopped over to the beta server, and we figured out, I mean, what are all, like, we went through everything that I think is going to be we went through all of the things that I think are going to be the main sources of profit for blacksmithing in the War Within. We went through leveling up and sort of how easy it is to get to basically skill level 70. You can do it entirely through vendor recipes. There is a small chance that maybe, given the fact that this is beta, some of those recipes may move to renown or something like that. But either way, I don't think it should be too much of a struggle to push to about 70 skill level. That will allow you to unlock 3 of these profession talent trees. And then we also went through just quickly the crafting orders and how you want to involve those in your leveling plans, right? Now, interestingly enough, I guess this is because it's a rank 4, it crafts at blue quality, and I guess at rank 2 it crafts at green, or at the earlier ranks it crafts at green quality here. Yeah, essentially you want to weave these in as much as possible during your leveling, so that you're not only getting more Artisan's Acuity, but you also get some knowledge points as well, right? Because both of those are going to be extremely crucial to maxing out your profession. All right, that said, let's get into the actual talent. Let's get back to the talent trees. The first one is the Everburning Forge. Unlock the secrets of the Everburning Forge, which will basically give you crafting stat buffs. We'll learn how to craft the Everburning Ignition. That in and of itself, I mean, ideally we want to craft these, right? Whichever talent tree you're planning on going down, having more crafting stats is always going to be a good thing. You'll get additional charges and reduce the cooldown, and will enhance, which stats we're taking. It's an interesting way of doing it. Most of the professions do actually have one of these trees that sort of give you stats just make you better at the profession, right? They give you base skill, which is, I'm guessing, this talent tree here. Although interestingly enough, it looks like blacksmithing doesn't just give you base skill. This tree is a little bit more complex than some of the other professions have it, where this tree seems to give you basically more stats whenever you have that Everburning Ignition buff up. So, we definitely, potentially for leveling, this is the first one that we want to take at skill level 25, so that we unlock the Everburning Ignition and we use it while we're doing all of our first craft bonuses and everything, and we therefore have more resourcefulness. And for these items, we have more multi-craft, right? The ingenuity is not going to make a difference, because I don't recommend using up concentration while leveling. You could do it, but I don't think it's the best use of your concentration. So ingenuity is going to be less relevant to us there. But just by unlocking the tree itself, we'll both learn how to craft the Everburning Ignition, which is presumably at level 25. I think this does give 1 skill point there. But also you start using up these cooldown charges, right? So ideally you want to do that at level 25, at skill level 25 itself. And potentially, let's see, it doesn't look like this uses up any stats either. So basically the second you unlock this at skill level 25, you want to craft all 5 of these. And then we'll see as we go through the nodes, what else we want to do. But this also gives ingenuity, also refunds an additional 10% concentration, which will be handy once we start using up our concentration. Now, it looks like each skill point will give us 3 more ingenuity, multi-craft, and resourcefulness, which is amazing, right? That's huge. Because if this talent tree has 40 skill points, it's an extra 120 ingenuity, multi-craft, and resourcefulness, right? That's an extra 1.2% to each of those stats, which is pretty huge, right? The blue profession tool will give you some of that. Although it looks like they buffed it, and actually even the green one is already giving you 173. So maybe not as significant as those stats would have been during Dragonflight, because as we've said before, early on. So even if you have a character who's not planning on doing any Dragonflight crafting, the way it currently sits on beta, you want to ideally have them equipped with blue profession gear at the maximum quality from Dragonflight. The reason being is that the stats carry over. The skill doesn't. I mean, as you can see here on this profession tool, it says equip gives you +8 Khazalgar blacksmithing skill. So the bonus Dragonflight blacksmithing skill is going to be useless, but the blue profession tool from Dragonflight will give you 101 of whichever stat you pick. So 101 resourcefulness, you can already start off, or 120, I think, if it's a rank 5 blue profession tool. And blacksmithing actually also has an epic Dragonflight blacksmithing tool that I need to unlock on my blacksmith. But yeah, ideally I would say right now, any character that you're planning on putting professions on, get them the blue crafted gear from Dragonflight so that they at least have some stats going into the War Within. Anyways, coming back to this, it looks like going into this node just basically makes the ever-burning ignition better, and you unlock more cooldowns, and you're able to and you're able to unlock more things. 10 points into this will unlock the first sub-specialization, and let's look through these. I think it looks like, yeah, exactly as I suspected. Each of these will just give you 3 more of that specific stat whenever you use up the ever-burning ignition, which actually means that you do want to first max out this talent tree. You'll want to, of course, learn the sub-specializations as you unlock them through this tree, but by and large, it looks like primarily this is going to be your best bang for your buck. If you're planning on, dumping all 40 knowledge points into ever-burning ignition, this is your best bang for your buck. You want to max out this tree because each point you spend is not only going to give you more of the ever-burning ignitions, which could be useful. Honestly, with 5 of them, that's about 2.5 hours of crafting, potentially per week. I guess as you dump more points in here, you'll probably get more of them, and I don't know if it also increases the number of the like length of the buff. I don't think so. It doesn't say it on the item here, but yeah, this will be a money tree to invest into. And then each of these trees sort of just allow you to specialize more into whichever stats. Now, depending on what you're doing, I mean, if you're crafting gear, resourcefulness is going to be the best thing. If you're crafting consumables, you're going to want to then go into the multi-craft tree. And it looks like, I think all 3 of these trees function pretty much the same. The numbers may be a little bit different. But basically, you'll get 3 additional of the stat whenever you dump a point in. And then along the way, you'll get bonus, stat buffs as well. It doesn't look like the capstone nodes here give you anything particularly special. So this is just base benefits to the small window you have. I think what you're probably going to want to do first is pick up ever-burning ignition though, and so that you can use the buff while you're leveling everything up, right? Now let's move over to the next tree, which is the means of production, and this is basically focused on profession equipment and consumable items. This will be a very big gold making tree. Arguably for gold making, this may be the most important tree, and this may be the talent tree that I take my main blacksmith down. The reason being is that this will be the one that you can craft the most items to, throw up on the auction house. At the very least, I will have at least 1 means of production blacksmith, though I may have more because of the fact that I'm planning on doing something a little bit degen, which is having alts that craft profession equipment just for my main characters. Though I wouldn't really recommend that for everyone because you need about 6 alts for each character that you want to do that at. And that's got to be 6 alts that are at level 68 minimum so that they can pick up the profession and start picking up their artisan's acuity. Just from a time perspective, right? Getting 6 alts over to Dornagal, unlocking the professions, leveling up their professions to the point that they can craft the professions, completing the NPC, the patron craft orders and everything like that is going to take a boatload of not only time, but gold. And so I haven't figured out my full plan yet for the War Within because they keep changing things around, and I also haven't figured out exactly how many alts I plan on having. My original plan was to have at least 40. Based off of this, I may need more. I may even 40 alts may not be enough. Although I think we're long past the point at which having alts is going to be the limiting factor. I think literally just the amount of time that I'm going to have to level up professions on all these characters is going to be the main issue, because you'll also want to rather fly around and pick up all of the different treasures on all of those alts. So yeah, that's not great. It's not great. The return on time may not be there, right? It may just be more worth it to spend that time crafting or whatever instead. But we'll see what I do. I doubt I will end up doing it for all of my professions, but probably for my main, at least with enchanting and jewel crafting, which is what I have on my main, I will probably burn 6 of my alts to craft professional gear for them. In any case, let's look at the tree now. So, add optional reagents and finishing reagents when crafting profession to increase their potency. Cool. Improve your ability to craft consumable items, which is where the bulk of the gold is. And this looks like a pretty built out tree, so we'll probably spend a little bit of time here. And then the other ones are, of course, weaponsmithing and armor smithing, which we will take a look at in a second. Now, means of production. This is just going to be your basic tree, which learns you how to craft the artisan's blacksmith toolbox, and then just gives you base skill, right? Great tree. We're gonna want to invest points in here. We'll learn our first sub spec at 10 knowledge points invested in, and then we'll take a look at those. And then this just continues to give you more skill, and you unlock more sub specializations. Cool, good tree. Probably going to be pretty valuable. Most likely going to be the place that we want to dump the bulk of our points to begin with, because of the fact that it'll benefit everything around it. What remains to be seen is, what we get from each of these. But each of these will also, let me take that back. Not each of these, but this first one here at least will teach us how to craft the artisan blacksmith's hammer rather, which will be handy because there's a chance that we have a crafting order pop up for it, which may mean that we already, get some more knowledge points back from the first craft bonus, from the crafting order itself, and we can start crafting it in trade chat for other blacksmiths, right? So that's good in and of itself. We can also craft it for ourselves if we're not planning on doing any sort of funkiness with the artisan's acuity shuffle, which is also good, because that way the skill and the first craft bonus and everything comes to us as opposed to some random crafter that we paid for it. Then, as we spend more points in here, we basically get more skill in crafting profession equipment. I will definitely want to have at least one alt that is entirely focused on this, primarily just to craft the green profession equipment, right? These are huge gold makers early on in the expansion, and throughout the expansion, I'm still selling green profession equipment, right? In a gold rush, you want to sell shovels, and that's exactly what this talent tree allows you to do. I mean, quite literally, I think one of these items literally is a shovel. Unless I'm mistaken. Do we craft a shovel? Because that would be kind of funny. Well, kind of punny, I guess. Okay, never mind. It doesn't look like we actually craft a shovel, which seems kind of weird. I don't know who would craft a mining shovel if not a blacksmith, but it is what it is. In any case, this tree looks great, right? And then we have 2 ways to go. The trade tools or trade accessories, which is kind of interesting. For gold making, I think the trade accessories just off the bat will be more where we want to go. Profession tools are cool, but I think from a gold making perspective, I mean, basically each of these trees give you a bunch more skill, and the nodes along the way give you more skill as well. And at the end, you can add finishing reagents to crafting profession accessories. Now, what that will mean, I believe, for most of these is that you'll be able to you'll basically be able to add you'll be able to just add some more resourcefulness, or add, one of these items that gives you bonus skill. That could be useful, because if the finishing reagent gives us more resourcefulness and we're crafting, let's say, 20 of these green profession equipments, 20 of these items, having more skill in them will mean that we can craft them at a better quality, or we can also use cheaper mats to craft them at a higher quality, which is already a good source of additional profit. But also, if and when we choose to use concentration, we'll need to use up less of it, as well as the fact that we'll have more resourcefulness, which is the main stat we care about when crafting any of these items for the auction house. So this will probably be the path that we take our profession. For gold making, this is the first path that I would recommend. Now, we also have stonework, and the other ones are, it looks like stonework, which is basically the temporary enhancement stones This, I think, if you're crafting, I mean, the shovels item here will be the item that we can craft that gives a temporary buff to mining and herbalism, which is also going to be a good gold maker, I think. Again, it's selling shovels, right? People are going to be wanting to buy those items so that they can make more gold off of it. And so if we can sell them an item that makes their mining or their herbalism more profitable, they're going to be more than happy to pay us for it, right? Because they're making gold back on that investment. Now, it looks like this is also a pretty standard tree, just gives you basically more skill, right? I don't think we get any multi-craft or anything fun like that along the way. And then we pick either weapon stones, right? Which is great. These we will sell to raiders and to Mythic Plus people and potentially and probably PvPers as well, although I think PvPers can also buy some with honor or something like that, so I'm not entirely certain. I don't PvP, as you can tell. As you can probably tell, given the fact that I literally started off Wednesday's stream by dying first thing because I got ganked by someone. Well, actually everyone. It felt like everyone in the zone at the Radiant Echoes event, but in any case, unlocking this tree, we unlock the Iron Claw Whetstone. Let's take a look at what that is. Okay, so I guess we would actually unlock this through that talent tree and not through the trainer as we did here. So yeah, that leads me to believe that actually they haven't fully fixed blacksmithing. And so the leveling guide may not be I mean, honestly, until now, what I have in my notes for leveling is do craft 20 core alloys until skill level 15, and then just do first craft bonuses until 60. So it may be a little bit tougher to get to about 70 skill without some of these recipes along the way, because we won't have the first craft bonuses and we will have a couple fewer of these knowledge points. But overall, I still think we should be able to get to about 60 skill level without too much strife. We may just have a couple fewer knowledge points, but honestly, that'll be offset by the crafting orders, because I haven't included any of those here. And also we'll have another 12 knowledge points from the treasures, which we can't loot on this server, but I will be putting together a guide on where to loot all those as well. In any case, basically we pick up the Iron Claw Whetstone, or we have this one. This is the actual shovel item that I was talking about, the Iron Claw Razor Stone, which gives herbalists, miners, and I believe also skinners a buff to their finesse. No, it's to finesse. I can never remember what the gathering crafting stats are for. I think finesse either gives you more of whatever you're gathering, or it gives you more rare items or whatever it is. But either way, that's going to be something that most gatherers want. And then, of course, we just put more skills in. We get more skill in this so that we either use up less concentration, we can guarantee them at a higher quality, or we can use cheaper mats. And so from a gold making perspective, yeah, you can sort of pick which one you want to go down, right? And we're not going to be able to maximize. We're not going to be able to max out any of these trees in the first couple of weeks, like prior to the. We're not going to have enough knowledge points to max out any of these trees prior to the start of the season anyway. So it doesn't really matter. You can kind of go either way and make a decent bit of gold with either of those. You can never have enough fine ass. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I guess you can never have enough fine ass. You're hilarious, Seek. I don't think I can say what you just said on stream, but presumably the chat is up here anyway. Although actually, one second, I'm just realizing on my live stream it doesn't seem like the chat is showing up where it usually does, just underneath here, like down here for y'all who are watching the stream. So I'll probably need to check that out after the stream. It also looks like some of my other bars are kind of janky, but we'll figure that out off stream. I guess if you are watching live, you can probably see the chat in on whatever platform you're watching the stream on. Right, it'll probably just be a little bit annoying for those of you who are watching the video on demand. Hopefully that doesn't bother you too much. I think it's probably not worth me trying to fix it on stream right now. We already dealt with technical issues earlier in the stream, so I feel like it's just repetitive content at that point. All right, then we have Fortuitous Forges, which gives us more skill in making finishing reagents, care less about that, and alloys. Ooh, this is a good one, because alloys are going to be crucial. I'm almost certainly going to have an alt with blacksmithing that just crafts alloys, right? Because of the fact that that's the mat that we need for everything else. None of these are soulbound. They're all, you know, they're all just regular items that we can transfer around. And especially with the war banks, it should be super easy to craft these. I will most likely have a character that I'm going to just take through this tree and go directly into alloys, right? One of my alts for sure is going to, I mean, I can already tell you the plan. They're going to go 10 points into this. And then what do we unlock down here? Do we unlock? Okay, so these are just getting more skills. So, I mean, until we have 30 points invested in this, it doesn't appear that there's any real benefit into going into the alloys tree, because this is just more specialist knowledge. I mean, you get more skill in multi-craft, right? But, I mean, specifically for alloys. So I don't know, actually. You may want to just unlock this, you know, get this to the point that you can unlock a sub-specialization and then start dumping points in here first so that you get even more skill specifically to that. The amount of skill you'll get per knowledge point for alloys specifically will be more here. So the alloy crafting character is probably going to put 10 points into here, unlock this sub-spec, right? Put 15 points into here. So we're at 25 knowledge points spent already. And then just dump the remaining 20 points into here. And so what are we at? We're at 25, we said, and another 20 here. 45 knowledge points. We can do that week 1. So yeah, definitely one of my alts is going to spend all of their week 1 knowledge points. I mean, just doing the first craft bonuses alone, we got 34 knowledge points. We'll get another 12 from the treasures, and we will also be getting more knowledge points from these crafting orders. And when we hop over to the leveling server, we'll see if they've added any quests in that give us more knowledge points as well. But maxing out the alloy tree week 1 is very doable. I mean, like literally you could do it probably during early access. And then after that, we'll want to max out this tree as best as we can. And then we'll finally come back to means of production and max out this tree. After which, Ever-Burning Forge is where we're going to want to put the rest of our talent trees, and probably into multi-craft. I mean, first and foremost, we'll, you know, max out this tree, but then we'll go into the multi-craft tree and max that out before we then start looking at resourcefulness, after which comes anything else that we may want to do on that character. We'll have to see there. But anyways, so I think I've already figured out 2 sort of major builds that I need to have alts for. One is going to be one that specializes in trade accessories at the very least, right? Here as well, we'll probably do something similar where we go 10 points into this, unlock this tree, right? Go, where is it? Oh, they haven't even added, oh, sorry, 10 points into this, so that's 20 points spent, and then we'll want to max this out. So that's 40 points spent, so that's another alt right there, right? That's going to max out these profession accessories, and that'll probably also be the same alt that I then take into the trade tools, and they will just specialize in crafting profession tools. I mean, of course, the thing is, the way that all these talent trees are built is so that by the end of the expansion, you sort of become a master of everything. But initially, the whole goal is that you specialize, right? I'm sort of planning to brute force it by kind of having one character who specializes in a little bit of everything, which we'll see if that pays off for me or not. It will really depend on bandwidth. I don't expect that I will be able to maximize everything just due to the fact that I will not have enough time to do all this, and the fact that I'm only playing on 2 accounts. I would be surprised if there aren't at least a handful of people out there who are going to be doing all this on 5 accounts, you know, playing at the same time. I just don't think I'm going to enjoy it that much, right? I'm already a little bit stressed about whether I'm going to burn myself out trying to do everything on 2 accounts at the same time. So that remains to be seen. But we've bought the War Within on 2 accounts, and we'll see how much we actually do. I think for knowledge point farming, it'll definitely be a lot easier to just, you know, have both of those characters like fly around and pick up the knowledge points at the same time. So I should have at least probably 2 or 3 of each profession. But I need to figure out, you know, what those ratios are going to be, and I'll probably keep those plans a little bit open because they may also change depending on how I see markets going, and I'll probably want to have a couple of free slots if in case, I end up bricking or picking the wrong stats on my main blacksmith. I can then just at least do whatever I need to on another character, because in Dragonflight I only had one enchanter, like I only had jewel crafting and enchanting on my main, and I made some dumb knowledge point decisions where I decided to heavily invest into disenchanting because of the fact that I thought that I would be able to make a lot of gold by disenchanting a whole bunch of things, and it turned out to not be profitable at all. It turned out that enchanting was almost entirely dependent on inspiration instead, and so I lost out on a good 2 or 3 weeks and significant amounts of profits because of the fact that I didn't have another character that I could prioritize leveling enchanting on instead until I unbricked my main. In any case, let's move on to the next tree, which is the weaponsmithing tree. And the weaponsmithing and the armorsmithing trees, I expect them to be fairly similar. These essentially will just make you better at crafting weapons and armors, right? Fairly straightforward. You learn how to craft the epic weapons. Cool, we can do some crafting orders, right? Not really how I plan on making the bulk of the gold. I much more prefer crafting things that I can throw up in the auction house. And there are a lot more possibilities with the War Within. Previously, armorsmithing was where I primarily focused because of the fact that the PvP gear that we crafted with blacksmithing was only armor. Given the fact that now we have crafted PvP weapons as well, that I do plan on I plan on unlocking all these recipes on at least one of my blacksmiths. Potentially my main. I may go weaponsmithing on that tune, right? And we may prioritize that. We learn how to craft the Master's Hammer, which will probably be what we need to what am I saying? The Master's Hammer. Yeah, that's this one here. I mean, it's not going to give us any skill points, so thankfully we don't need to go into one of these trees to actually hit 100 skill in blacksmithing, which is kind of nice. We'll gain additional skill, of course, and we'll be able to repair equipment. Now, looking at the tree itself, when we unlock the tree itself, and we'll be able to do that, hopefully directly from the trainer itself, we'll be able to either unlock weaponsmithing or armorsmithing. We'll be able to use optional reagents to upgrade item levels and unlock a sub-spec. Okay, so right away we get a sub-specialization as well. And when we unlock this, we learn how to use an optional reagent. Annoyingly though, we don't learn a sub-specialization in either of these until we invest in 10 knowledge points, right? So it isn't just a give me where, we don't invest any knowledge points into this and we learn and we can start doing crafting orders for any of the epic items. We will actually have to spend about 10 points into either one of these trees, which is either hafted or bladed. And then of course these just give us base skill to the items. And basically 10 points in is when we can learn either of these recipes, right? Either the Everforged Stabber, which I'm guessing is a dagger. Although maybe not, because it says Everforged Stabber and then you have to invest another 15 points to unlock the Everforged Dagger. So maybe these are just two different types of daggers. And again, we unlock the Earthen Master's Hammer at the end of one of these talent trees, which, yeah, I'm not super keen on the idea of. But if you are trying to do crafted orders, I mean, arguably, you may want to go into, if you have to pick between short blades and long blades, I would argue that the long blades is probably the better choice, because at 15 points in, you will unlock 3 recipes from this talent tree as opposed to only 2 through here. So if you are planning on going weapon crafting and you kind of are doing it more for the gold and more for crafting orders, then this is probably going to be the better of these two. Hafted as well is going to be a similar thing where we put in 10 points and then we unlock either maces, and maces we only get 2 recipes that we unlock, right? Versus I guess axes and polearms, there's also just 2 of them, right? We unlock the great axe and then we unlock the halberd further on down. Did I miss it, or when do we learn how to do a one-handed axe? Is it somewhere else in this tree? Because it looks like hafted would axes and polearms. We unlock the great axe, which is the 2-handed axe. When do we unlock the single-handed axe? And the charge halberd, which is presumably the what do you call it, the pole arm. Let's see if this gives us any more clues. The charged rune axe, that's the one-handed axe. Oh, it's a drop from the theater troupe. I think that's one of the dungeons. That's kind of interesting. And these ones as well are gonna, these ones aren't going to come from, some of these aren't going to actually come from the talent trees, but from either drops or from spending artisan's acuity, which is kind of interesting. Maybe just to me. The Warglaive as well, I guess, comes from the Blades talent tree. But okay, so essentially, I mean, this we will probably have, depending on how many blacksmiths I'm able to field, we may have some blacksmiths who spec into weaponsmithing. High level, I could see the case being made for us to have at least 4 blacksmiths. High level, in an ideal world, if I didn't have to invest a bunch of time and energy and gold into leveling up so many blacksmiths, I would ideally have 4. The first one would focus on this on these alloys, right? Well, definitely, I'm almost certainly going to have an alloy crafting blacksmith who will just craft all of my mats for all of these other blacksmiths that we're leveling up, so that they have, you know, as much resourcefulness as possible and as much multi-craft as possible, so that we get the best bang for our buck on crafting the mats. We will have a second one, almost certainly, that will do profession tools. And then we'll see, but ideally I would have one who specializes in alloys, one who specializes in profession tools, one who specializes in weaponsmithing, and one who specializes in armor smithing. And I guess armor smithing is going to be similar here. I do like that they've simplified the trees a bit, or at least I thought they had, and it turns out that they haven't, where it's still, you're going to specialize in exactly one slot. I don't love how that works. Though I get why they did it that way, right? It's how you manage to make the most number of players be able to compete in a market, is by having a whole bunch of different specialization trees, right? Which is overall a good thing. I think this will allow casual players to make a lot more gold, because they can pick a niche and really drill down into it. And if you're playing on any server, really, you can sort of become your server's, you know, for plate chest pieces, the guy you go to is a drought, right? Or whatever it is, you can be that person for your server, and really lock down a market that way. But basically, it looks like this is sort of the same thing, right? We unlock a sub-specialization 15 points in, which is kind of annoying. Do we not pick one sooner? Oh, no, we unlock one right off the jump, and then the second one at 15, and the final one at 30 points in. And here as well, we're going to have to invest 10 knowledge points in order to unlock one of these epic recipes. And then it looks like there's just one epic recipe for each, right? It doesn't look like there's much of a choice between here. So, I mean, this will just boil down to probably, you know, whatever's most profitable for you. I think for crafting PvP gear, my choice is going to be to go into, you know, one of the weapons. And then probably whichever pieces of PvP gear we pick up the recipe for is probably how I'll decide which of the armor smithing trees we want to go into. Yeah, I don't think there's too much more to say there. I think I laid out, you know, where we would spend points as well. I don't think I actually need to do it on stream right now to show you guys. I think it's fairly clear. But yeah, so that's more or less blacksmithing done. I think we figured out that in an ideal world, you'd have 4 blacksmiths, or at least that's what I'm planning on doing. Whereas, yeah, realistically, I think probably the biggest gold making is going to be going into profession tools. I genuinely think if you only have one blacksmith and you're mainly focused on gold, that's where you want to go. That's what I would recommend. And then second of all, you probably want to do the alloy thing. Crafting PvP weapons or armor smithing is not going to be cheap. Those recipes are going to be very expensive week 1 in the early, actually throughout most of probably season 1. Although actually, because of the fact that the recipe remains useful between seasons, you won't have to buy a new recipe each season. The recipe will probably be pretty expensive the entirety of the expansion. I mean, probably by later, like prices will come down as they will for everything. But yeah, I think those recipes are going to have a lot of potential. All right, let's check chat real quick. I see that Seek, you've said a couple things here. Yeah, it is nice that you can just do the 3 dailies and kind of be done with the like best bang for your buck activities, unless you're really trying to gear up alts, in which case it may make sense to run more alts through the event. Jeez, you still have that many weapon appearances. Do you actually transmog? Like, is it just a completionist thing? Did you just like download all the things and get too consumed by it? Is that what's going on? Because I'm worried. I had all the things like a couple of years ago, and then I had to uninstall it because I found myself just what do you call it? Just like obsessing way too much about like maxing out the percentages and all those things. And so I uninstalled it. And then a couple of weeks ago, I reinstalled it, and I can again feel myself just like there's a bar that I need, that I want to fill up just for the sake of it. Okay, completionist thing. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really love all of the remix appearances that you can unlock in terms of the transmogs. Like the mythic sets I liked, the class specific sets I liked, and some of the heroic sets I liked. Beyond that, like the LFR sets and like the other recolors, I literally just picked them up because of the fact that I had more than enough bronze to pick up everything anyway, and the bronze is disappearing. If it was like if they were selling it for gold, I definitely would not have picked up nearly as many sets. Right? It's just because I had a bunch of craft that like I had the currency and it was free, basically free given what I was doing in any case. Yeah, you are right about that though. Some of the tier sets, the colors for the mythic ones are kind of weird. I like the animations that some of the mythic sets have, but definitely the colors are a little strange on some of them when you look at the Mists of Pandaria stuff. Like this one, the normal is fine. The mythic is nice, although I do like the purple on the raid finder. Did they add these effects to all of the different versions? Because I thought, as far as I recall, I think in original Mists, only the mythic sets had the animations. But it does look like they've added the animations to the normal and the LFR versions, which is kind of cool. And in that case, yeah, I agree with you that let's take a look at the Paladin Siege of Orgrimmar set. The mythic one, yeah, I don't know what they did with I don't like this red. I don't know, this looks kind of weird for a paladin. I think the normal mode is the normal version is the most like on point with the class fantasy, right? Of like the holy light and whatever. I think the normal mode is the best looking in that perspective, but the raid finder one is pretty cool looking as well. I see what you're saying. Let's what's one of the Warlords of Draenor tier sets? I don't know. I guess not having the add-on that like allows me to filter things here is what are these? Artisan's Talent. Ooh, did they actually add? I've been saying that I was hoping that they would add more profession, like more rewards for profession achievements. And it looks like this is saying that these pieces come from an achievement called Artisan's Talent. I wonder, it doesn't look like they've added an achievement for it. Oh, and there's different colors too. Well, I guess these come from a vendor. These are also from a vendor, so presumably you would get like one of the, you would get this one from the achievement, and then maybe you unlock the other colors along the way or something like that. Although I'm not seeing any achievements in here that like reward anything. Engineering actually has some decent rewards from these things. Do any of these other professions give you any sort of rewards in the beta? It doesn't look like it. Doesn't seem to look like it, unless it comes from like cooking or something like that, which would be kind of funny if that's how they decided to do it. Or heck, they throw it on freaking in archaeology. Archaeology needs some loves. Jesus. Archaeology was fun, like when they released it. You'd just like fly around. I mean, to be fair, I would only level archaeology when the Halloween event was up because you had the instant mount from like during the event. But okay, I can't seem to figure out where this comes from. Angler thread. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. And you could share your angler thread collection across your warband. Oh, that's kind of nice. Because I really only level up fishing on one character. I don't know how we got this sidetracked, but wait, Seek, give me one of the WoD mythic sets that you're talking about. Like, give me one of the raids from Warlords of Draenor. I can. Actually, you know what? I can probably just check it through the adventure guide. Yeah, let's do this. Warlords of Draenor. If you have one in specific that you were talking about, though, let me know and I'll just look up that one instead. Let's do Hellfire Citadel, and oh wait, what am I doing? Yeah, I just need to search here. Hellfire Citadel. There we go. I really like this set. I mean, it looks a bit futuristic. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The mythic sets are quite different, right? And I don't know that it's for the better. I think this arguably is the best looking version of these three. I mean, this purple and yellow thing is kind of cool, but I don't know why they give the paladins the red stuff. I think paladins look better when it's like in line with the class fantasy thing. Ooh, this one looks actively worse. The warrior one, geez, the mythic warrior one looks a lot worse than the heroic one does. Blackrock Foundry, and let's swap over to Druid. Is what you're saying? That the Druid Blackrock Foundry set on Mythic? Let's check this out. Oh, that's a pretty cool looking set. I love the wings that the like. I mean, they look a bit buggish for my liking, but that's a cool looking set. They flap as in like they have more animation than this? Or did they just flap around like this much? Yeah, that's kind of interesting. So I guess, yeah, the heroic and the normal modes don't have that. Oh, that's pretty cool. I hope they do a Warlords of Draenor remix next, because I think that would be super, super fun. I absolutely love remix as a way more than time walking for sure. Like the time running is really, really cool. I think Blizzard, I mean, they had to fix a bunch of things, and I don't like, I still don't love the way that they did the upgrades, because it really, I bothered to upgrade a character to full gear, and then I haven't played them once since updating it. So I hope they figure out a better way to have like the gear upgrades, but what do you call it? But overall, I'm a huge fan of remix. I really, yeah, I hope WoD remix is what they do next, or they do a Shadowlands remix somewhere down the line. Although the thing that would be annoying if and when they do a Shadowlands remix is that we'd have to play more Shadowlands content, which I mean, I say that, and then I've also spent like I don't know how many hours in the past couple of weeks just farming up mounts and renown and all of the other things that are available in Shadowlands. So I have been spending quite a bit of time in Shadowlands anyway, so I don't think I hate it quite as much as some other people do. In any case, we did not figure out where we get that artisans the artisans talent gear from. I don't particularly like the set. I don't think it's a good looking set. I just am intrigued by the fact that they may actually be rewarding us crafters with some cosmetics for once. I really hope they add some more stuff. Like, I don't know, they have one of those book mounts, right? Like if you've I was gonna say if you sold X number of auctions, but I guess people would just cheese it by like selling themselves items, and like I see why it's a bit tough for them to add achievements, but I think like there should be some sort of achievement for I don't know how would they even do it, right? But I don't know, maybe if you max out max out like all of the professions between your warband, like you unlock a mount or you unlock, I don't know, something cool. Yeah, Cataclysm would be a weird one to do a remix of. Is that what you're saying when you so you ask how do you clean up the destruction and devastation wrought by the Cataclysm? Yeah, that's fair. I'll be honest, I don't know the lore all that well, so I don't entirely know what I'm talking about when it comes to that stuff. All right, let's move on to leatherworking. Geez, we're almost about to hit the 4-hour mark, and we haven't even gotten to leatherworking yet. I've gone on way too many tangents today. All right, let's be quicker and more efficient with leatherworking. Okay, so you're saying with a mop because of MOP, Mr. Pandaria. Wow, that one flew right over my head, which sort of tallies up with the fact that we've been streaming for 3.5 hours at this point. So let's quickly get through leatherworking and then end the stream so that I can go back to farming the stupid event until I unlock all my transmog. Actually, I can't level any alts in Remix right now. But I'll probably park some characters in the event zone and like try and level up some alts, because I can kind of do that somewhat mindlessly, or I may actually, if I have the mental acuity, if I have the artisan's acuity, shall we say, I may also edit some more videos that I can post up for you guys this weekend. By the way, Seek, have you checked out any of my YouTube shorts? I'm really looking for feedback on those. Because I post them up and they get like 400 or 500 views, but like it seems like barely anyone comments on them, which worries me, because I mean obviously comments would be nice, but I also like I would be fine with negative comments if that's what it took. Yeah. Oh wow, I accidentally posted a version of one of my shorts without oh sorry, I got distracted because of the fact that I realized that the short, I accidentally posted a version of the short up without the subtitles like burned in, because I didn't realize that I needed to like change that in my editing program, and so I pulled it down and reposted it. But it looks like before I was able to do that, the original one got 876 views in like 12 hours, which is pretty good. That's definitely by far the most views I've gotten on a short so far. I'm wondering if I should unlist it and just have 2 versions of that short up. Ooh, I hope I didn't like screw up the algorithm where it was like going to... Ooh, I don't know. We'll figure it out off stream. All right, leatherworking. Let's get to it. I gotta stop getting distracted by my phone and other things. But Seek, if you do get a chance, do check out the shorts. Let me know what you think about them. Let me know if I'm going too fast, if it's like useful, or if it's just, if my editing style sucks or whatever. You're my first and truest fan. Or like regular viewer. I don't know. I suppose I'm speaking for you if I say you're a fan of me. But I very much appreciate the fact that you've been joining every stream, and yeah, it feels really nice to have at least one person I can count on. All right, so leatherworking, of course, we pick up from the trainer, and it looks like, thankfully, we do actually unlock 2 recipes right away, and both of them are leveling gear. We unlock a leather leveling piece and a mail leveling piece, and they each give us 3 skill points and 15 gloom chitin. Now, it remains to be seen what the drop rates on these are, but it looks like, I mean, gathering 15 of anything will probably take a little bit, right? I don't think one mob is going to drop enough mats for this, whereas with the blacksmithing stuff, it's a little bit easier to acquire mats. With skinning, you'd probably actually have to do some skinning farming in order to level this up, which actually makes it kind of interesting, because a pairing that didn't really make too much sense in the past, but would potentially make sense this time around, is doing skinning and tailoring on the same character. Because for both of those professions now, you're going to have to mob farm like crazy. For skinning, obviously, so that you can skin those mobs. But for tailoring, the reason that you'll need to be able to do that is because cloth only drops for tailors, right? So probably that's going to be the combo that we want to do, is tailoring and skinning on whichever alt we decide to take skinning on. It probably makes sense to throw tailoring on them as well, so that we gear them up and they're able to farm mobs more effectively. I suppose I'll have to figure out what class is going to work best for that as well. But that's definitely something for me to think about. Something that has good AoE potential. Maybe a monk, actually. Maybe a monk. Maybe we do a monk that has tailoring and skinning, because they have a lot of AoEs and things like that. Or potentially a mage. Maybe a mage. I don't know. I'll have to put some thought into it and figure that out. But anyway, leatherworking. So, I mean, usually leatherworking is one of the more expensive professions to level up. I didn't expect that to change for the War Within. But I mean, yeah, this sounds pretty steep. It seems like we will probably, I mean, if already, like, we're at skill level 1 and I'm already getting nervous with how many mats we're going to need. And I doubt that the Gloom Chittens and the Storm Charged Leather are going to drop off the same mobs. So we're probably it's probably going to be a bit of a pain in the butt to farm up mats for ourselves for leatherworking. Leatherworking may be one of the professions that we sort of do later on into the expansion once mat costs come down a bit, or I mean, we may just have to farm up mats ourselves, which I'm never a fan of doing. But okay, so first we do one of the bands, and then we do one of the chitin, one of the cuffs, and either we sell this at a profit or we mail it over to our hunter and our monk, because a 515 piece of gear is going to be nice for leveling. And then already we unlock 3 more recipes. So I have a feeling that unless they drastically change something, there's a good chance that we may be able to push quite far just on first craft bonuses alone, which sort of means we're double dipping, where we're not only getting the knowledge points and the artisan's acuity, well, a artisan's acuity for each of these first crafts, but that's also an effective way for us to level up, for us to skill up, because each of these are giving us 3 points, which is kind of nice. And yeah, so doing that will get us to 15. And yeah, we're still just on first craft bonuses, and that'll get us to 16 actually. And for this, we need a thunderous hide. Wrong vendor. Thunderous hide. All right, and we do one of these. Does it matter the order we do these in? Yeah, we probably want to do one of these 3 skill up ones first, and then we do the others. Profession equipment, always love to see it, right? These are going to sell really well in the first couple days, especially because of the fact that people are going to want more finesse, as Seek Jet pronounced it. But basically, people are going to want as much finesse as they can get. And yeah, the bonus skinning skills, the bonus skill as well is not going to be too bad of a thing. I don't think anyone's going to turn that down, right? We will need Myco Bloom for this. So, I mean, hopefully prices don't stay too high. Let's pick up 20 of these Thunder Sides because I think we need them for a couple of the first craft bonuses. And then we'll do an armor kit. These should also sell decently well. Armored kits are definitely a good... Ooh, okay, no. So at 19, we should have actually used one of the ones that would have given us 3 skill there. I messed that up. I did that wrong. In any case, let's go ahead and continue doing first craft bonuses. We hit 20 skill, which probably means that we've unlocked some more things at the trainer again. Yep, and we've unlocked 2 more 2 more things, but let's go ahead and do the first craft bonus for each of these. We need to pick up some Myco Bloom. And then I think we're already at the point that we're crafting level 80 gear. Yep. And we can also start doing crafting orders for players who loot the items that can do the upgrades, right? Well, ooh, we can add embellishments, but I mean the soul sigils and the I think it'll be a while until anyone's getting any of these Harbinger crests. But the soul sigils people will have dropping for them, and so we can start doing crafting orders for these as well. Which pre-raid, this may be one of this may be one of the best pre-season items to craft. So being able to craft it, if we can find people to send us crafting orders, you know, well and good, because that'll give us bonus skill points. All right, let's craft one of these, and then let's do the remaining first crafts for these. And again, we may want to. Let's do one more armor craft, because ideally we want, yeah, so ideally we want to do these 3 skill up ones when we're like at a break point, because they will turn yellow after that, right? So we'd get to 24, and ideally that's when you want to do it, although it looks like these stayed green anyway, so that was kind of pointless. But we hit 25, and oh wow, we unlocked all of the hides. That doesn't sound completely correct. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. I would assume that they would distribute these out more. Or maybe Blizzard just wants it to be the case that like once you hit 25 skill is when you really unlock a whole bunch of things. And presumably all of these will give us first craft bonuses as well. Now the interesting thing to note here is similar to tailoring and similar to blacksmithing, we're probably going to want we're probably going to want to have a leather worker who specializes just in hides. And similar to how we had an alloy crafter for blacksmithing, and we will have a bolt crafter for tailoring, right? And they just spec hard into crafting the reagents, and that's it. All they do is craft reagents. Now let's look at the first craft bonuses that we have here. We have the carapace backed hide. I presume most of these hides, it's going to be pretty hard to come by, you know, all these specific hides. They're going to be pretty expensive early on. And so I don't know how many of these will necessarily be able to get the first craft bonuses for. Writhing samples, I think, come from, okay, herb or ore, I guess. And then, but these items we know for sure we'll be able to craft. So let's craft those first. Let's do the first craft bonuses for these. And again, profession equipment, always lovely. Always lovely. You love to see it. That's where the gold is coming from. We're at 36. Let's do one of these, and then we'll do a gem cutter's apron, which will get us to 40. And we've already unlocked 2 more of these profession equipments, which you love to see. These hides, thunderous hides, I'm not too worried about, right? Bottled storm, it's a green item, so presumably it shouldn't be too difficult to come by those. Let's see if we can pick up one of them as well. Bottled storm. Yeah, all right, let's pick up 2 of these. So we'll do the first craft bonus for that as well. Let's see if any of these other ones are not using any of the blue items, because I have a feeling that if it's a blue item, it may be time gated, it may be, you know, it may be harder to come by, and certainly early expansion it may be hard to farm those. Steelsmith's apron. Oh, did we craft any gear for ourselves? Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and equip this, because that'll give us 5 bonus skill. And was there any other pieces that we... Oh, this we got off of our blacksmith crafts, the other 2. Oh, what do you think? Okay, let's do this. Since the event is up right now and we're not going to be streaming until the end of that, let's quickly do the event. Sorry, gang. We're going to take a quick little break from the leatherworking to just see on stream. Now, I don't know if WoW considers... Like, if I can be logged in on retail and logged in on the beta at the same time. Because I haven't actually tried to do that before, so we may get logged out on this character, and if we do... Oh, well. But if the event's up now, then I do want to try and see if that character after reset is able to loot again. Okay, it looks like it is allowing us to be on both the beta and on retail at the same time. Actually, we know that because I got in trouble with that last time. When we were testing out our remix characters on the beta, I accidentally opened up all of the mail on a character that I was trying to do the mailbox leveling method on the live servers, thinking that I was doing it on the beta realms. And yeah, that was okay. Not a good time. Not a good time. Would not recommend. And while we're waiting for this to log in, I'm just going to take a quick 10-second break. All right, and we're back. Okay, so we are on the live realm. I need to update these add-ons because I don't think they're updated for the changes. And this is the character that we did the other quest on. But since the quests are now daily, it's reset at the account level. So let's quickly do the event on this character and let's see if we get loot off of the boss. That's what I'm most concerned about. I want to see if how many pieces of gear we get off of this, because ultimately that's the only reason I'm gathering residual memories at this point. I have more than enough for the pets. I'm just gathering residual memories to gear up that alt army that I'm leveling through remix, right? We're gonna have 40 level 70s that we need to ideally gear up as much as we can to just make War Within leveling a breeze on those characters, because of the fact that supposedly having full eye level 480 or 490 gear will basically last you until level 85, which means you'll be able to solo rares and stuff in the first couple zones. And then also all of our alts will have a 5 to 25% bonus to experience while leveling them up as well. And my hope is that by doing that, we can probably just sort of rotate through those alts as they're rested, you know, hop in, do a couple dungeons, maybe farm some rep or do some world quests or whatever, and then what do you call it? And then basically level them gradually that way. Although it remains to be seen what the advantage, like what the profession advantage. Well, rather, when I say it remains to be seen, as in I haven't figured out what the benefits to having a profession alt at level 80 is going to be versus having them just at level 70, right? Because they can learn War Within Professions at level 68. I'm not going to bother. Like, I am going to bother leveling them all the way to 70 because especially with this remake, with this event, it's so quick that like it's a difference of like 10 or 20 minutes per character between getting them to level 68 and 70, right? And it'll definitely take more time than that to level them 68 to 70 outside of the event. Although maybe not. I suppose probably we can run a dungeon on them and get them from 68 to 70. But hey, if we're gonna be playing this event anyway, I might as well just take different alts through it and have them leveled up that way. And that way I also get that out of the way, and I'm not doing Dragonflight content once the War Within has already started. Although maybe they can already start queuing for the War Within dungeons level 68, and so maybe it's not as much of a concern, but whatever I can do before the expansion, I might as well do that, because time during the expansion is going to be more precious. I love that I keep showing up in each of these event zones, and instead of reading, like the last one we had to fish in, we had to fish up for Deviate Scales, which is actually also a really cute callback to the Stranglethorn Vale fishing event, as it used to be. I'm really appreciating all of the little memes, like the little callbacks that they're having through the event. Oh, I thought we looted that crystal, but I guess not. I guess the other person got to it first. All right, I really only care about doing the boss in any case, so I'm not too concerned about this. Although 200 residual memories is not nothing. And more importantly, I mean, we're getting the Awakened Crest, which is fine. I mean, those are nice to have as well, so I can upgrade some of the gear that we do get. But I guess each of these sub-events that we complete does also have a chance to drop more pieces of gear. So it is worth going through and flying around for them, as opposed to just camping at the boss like we were doing before. Both from a mod collecting perspective as well as a gear collecting perspective. I wonder what the math is on how many pieces of gear that actually works out to if I plan on fully gearing all of the 40 alts that I plan on having as of right now. We may go even higher. If I'm able to get the leveling time down, we may go as high as like 50 or 60 level 70s. But again, I mean, the point is, at a certain point, like, I'm not going to have time to log on to 60 levels, like 60 characters, and do all of their profession stuff in a week, right? Like, I can barely get through like doing everything I need to do on the 5 level 80s, level 70s that I have right now, like the 5 level 70s that I have professions on right now. So I really don't see myself being able to manage that many alts, because I'm also still gonna have to like hop onto one of them to do, what do you call it? To like manage auctions and things like that, and that also, like, canceling and reposting and stuff like that also takes time. Although I wonder if given the fact that I don't really have a banker account now, I just have 2 like playing accounts. I wonder if at some point I'm going to think it's worth it to pay, like, to buy a token, like to pay for a 3rd account and use that as my banker account, and then just have 2 accounts that I'm actively playing on. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Sig. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I feel like I'm building myself up to burnout. As much as I'm like, well, I can do twice as much in the same amount of time. Like, I feel like that's also just gonna be freaking exhausting. So we'll see. But I'd rather have more level 70s that I leveled up during Remix, because of the fact that Remix is like time gated. The FOMO is getting to me, and I'm kind of like, well, Okay, we looted another. We looted a staff, so we got another piece of eye level 480 gear here, and so this is the other reason why it is worth, you know, flying around and participating in some of these events. Because of the fact that you will also get gear along the way, which is worth more than that's the main reason to do these sub events, right? It doesn't look like the drop rate is too bad. It looks like maybe in about every 5 or 8 events I'm getting an additional piece of gear, which is anywhere from, I mean, that two-handed staff that we just looted would cost me 8,000 of the currency, which is a lot more than I would get from any other event, right? All right, now we tag the boss and then we kind of just hang out for a sec. I'm actually just going to mute myself for a second because I do have someone calling me, and we're just waiting for the boss to die at this point anyway. Oh shit, sorry. Thank you, Seek. Okay. Thank you. What would I do without you? Honestly. The problem is I muted on, like, on my, I muted through OBS, and I also muted it on the mic, and I remembered to unmute OBS, but I forgot to unmute the mic. Jeez. No, what I was saying was, first of all, on the pets, you can only collect one of each pet. You actually can't pick up three of them, because I was thinking the exact same thing. What I was saying was the really cool other change that they made is that that all the gear that you get from the event, you can now throw into the catalyst. So each of those pieces you can convert into tier sets, and unlock the entire tier sets for the latest tier set, at least I guess, for Dragonflight, which is kind of cool. I'm definitely going to be doing that on at least one alt for each class. I'm going to try and unlock the tier sets. I don't know what the Dragonflight tier sets look like, to be fair. I'm guessing it all converts into the Emirdrasil tier sets, which is what? Oh, geez. Okay, yeah, this guy didn't get a... The boss didn't drop another piece of loot, which is not great. I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with that. Oh, okay, so I guess... Yeah, I mean, we're getting a lot more residual memories, but we're going to get a lot fewer loot items. Because I guess the boss doesn't drop... The boss doesn't drop loot items anymore. Or at least after the first one. Yeah, so I guess maybe they've just made it so that all of the events have an equal chance. Like, all of the different stages have an equal chance to drop loot. So the boss, as well as the what do you call it? The boss as well as the sub events have an equal amount of chances of dropping items. Oh, okay, so you're saying for Season 4 it's different for each class now? Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't realize that. Is there any easy way to see in-game which set was chosen? Oh, of course there isn't. Why would why would Blizzard do that, I suppose? ATT can probably tell me though, right? All the things, dungeons and raids, Dragonflight, Emirdrasil, Awaken. Okay, here. Oh, I guess through Awakening. I guess we can see it through Awakening. And then, oh, is 480, is that LFR difficulty? Yeah, so I guess it would convert in the catalyst, it'll probably convert to LFR tier gear, right? Which is the Stormwing Harriers. So I'm guessing this is the whole set. And oh, I guess it's a recolor. Mystic Decelerating Chronograph. Mystic. Okay, that didn't work. Is it? Are there like sets? Do the sets show up here? I have Better Wardrobe installed, but I don't think it's working completely. If I'm being honest, does it give me the name of a set here? LFR Draconic Hero. Let's see if season 4. Well, that's season 4 of PvP. Dragonflight season 4. What is this? Because there will be something that I can search for in this, right? This is the War Within season 1. Gladiator and Elite. I mean, cool. How do I see Dragonflight season 4? Let's try searching season 4. That didn't work. Awakened. No. I can't spell awaken, but. Hunter is first tier breeds. Paladin is tier 2. Ooh, is that the... I think that's the one I love. The Paladin tier 2. Which was what? Blackwing Lair? Blackwing Lair. Yeah, the Judgment armor. This is a sick looking set. I think this is my favorite like Paladin tier set. Oh, tier 2 of Dragonflight you mean. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. I was gonna say Aberrus. Okay, so this is it, and it's the exact same appearance. Oh, the Trial of Style is on as well. Dang, I gotta add to my list of things. I hate being a collector. Jeez. I've only like started collecting transmog. I never bothered collecting transmog because I just didn't have the time for it, right? And like my main focuses were just like grinding gold and then freaking collecting mounts, right? Like those were the two things that I did in this game, right? I would try to collect recipes, like profession recipes, because I just never had the time for it, and I was always like, oh, I'm never going to use it to transmog, and I also hadn't installed all the things. I would try and collect as many pets and toys and things, but those I would like very casually gather, right? Like if I happened to, if it wasn't too much work to grab one of them, I would definitely grab them, and the FOMO stuff, I would always try and grab all of the FOMO stuff as well. But since I've gotten since I've gotten all the things, and since I like collected everything in Remix, now I'm increasingly getting tempted to collect all of the things, right? And it's worrying me because I'm worried I'm gonna spend more time farming transmog and less time editing videos or doing whatever else I actually want to be doing in this game. So I am a little bit worried about that. But okay, so the Aberrus set. Oh, that's a good call. So you're saying upgrade the items to normal as much as possible before upgrading it in the catalyst so that you get both appearances. Ooh, that is a good point. I mean, I'll probably do that for my monk, because I don't imagine that I'm gonna bother getting like the tier set. Thanks for the link. I actually just pulled that up. Annoyingly, it seems like this is showing me all of the potential sets. Oh no, sorry, this is the results. Okay. The Death Knight set looks... Let's zoom in here a bit. Let me give my thoughts on each of these sets. How do I... Why is zoom not working all of a sudden? There we go. Alright, that's nice and big. Hopefully it's not too blurry on stream. Okay, the Death Knight set is pretty cool looking. I'll probably want to pick that up. Oh, I keep forgetting that Demon Hunter exists as a class. I feel like all of their sets look the same just because of the horns. No? Is it just me that feels like all of the Demon Hunter sets kind of look the same? Is this priest or is this paladin? Oh, that's the set bonuses. Demon Hunter. Saw it in big appearance. How do I do that? Oh, this is the Druid set? Why is this the Druid set? I mean, okay, but also, I guess you're right. I should only be looking at the first two on the left because there's no chance I'm getting... Although, actually, what are the different ones? Let's say this is LFR, this is normal mode, this is heroic, and this is mythic. Are these maybe, I guess, like gladiator and elite? This is not a very well explained article. Okay, I actually like the LFR set here. Although the normal mode does look pretty sick too. The main issue I'll have is, oh, okay, so it's just kind of randomly scattered. Okay, well, that's kind of... I guess I'll just have to see per class and like which classes I actually care enough to grind the sets out for. Jeez, okay, that's gonna take me a while to figure out which which characters I need to grind flight stones and crests on, I guess, right? What do you know what item level I need to upgrade them to in order for it to be to give me the normal mode appearance? I guess I could look at what the eye level here for normal is. 493. Okay, so not that many upgrades, right? An upgrade is what, 3 eye levels? So like from 480, I would need to do actually quite a few upgrades. 15 Drake crests. Okay. Because my main issue is I'm not sure how I'm gonna grind out enough flight stones. The crests I'm not too worried about, right? The crests, I mean, are easy enough to farm up between this event and between like flying around and looting those Dragon Isle, like the little Dream Surge bubbles. It's easy enough to pick up crests that way. It's the flight stones that are always kind of a pain in the butt for me. Do you have any ideas for like easy ways to farm up a bunch of flight stones? All right, let's turn in this quest. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. The Evoker set is nice, but again, I feel like when you're actually playing your Evoker, you barely see it, right? Because they're always in their like Drakthir version, and so you really only see like the shoulders and the... Yeah, you really only see what, like the shoulders and the chest piece? Maybe the belt? Yeah, but the event is giving flight stones, but not many, right? Completing the quest didn't give us any flight stones, and I don't think the boss gave us any flight stones. Oh, the boss gave us 10 flight stones, and then the events before that gave us what? Literally scrolling through my chat log to try and see if I can figure out what the Onyxian Whelps dropped so many residual memories that I'm literally still scrolling because all it's saying is that I looted 1 to 5 from each of those whelps. Yeah, so the sub events give 2 awakened give 2 whelplings crests and don't give us any of the other crests. The boss gave us 2 Drake's Awakened crests. How do I have so many Drake's Awakened crests on this character? So this may take a while to farm up actually. The normal mode appearances I don't think I'm gonna be able to unlock for all of the classes. I like the mage set. I like this little poofy mage hat. Mage season 3. Why are they telling us season 3 though? I wish they would. Amir Drassil, thank you. Seek your godsend. Amir Drassil. I like the set and I have a couple of mages, so. Okay, the Raid Finder is actually the color palette that I like the best. So the mage set I'm probably not gonna bother upgrading the gear. Although the normal one, what is this? This looks like a this looks like a rejected McDonald's mascot. What the fuck? What were they thinking? I mean, I guess for a fire mage, it kind of makes sense, but look at how dumb this looks. Is it just me who finds this really not that appealing? Like, I almost don't want to upgrade the gear because I don't want to unlock the set. The Raid Finder, I like. What is the... of course, the pink one is the heroic. I kind of like the pink one as well. And the mythic one is always sick. But I love that the Raid Finder and the mythic look fairly similar, which is also kind of funny. Like, if someone was to run past me, I probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the Raid Finder and the mythic, if I'm being honest. Ronald Mage Donald. I like it. Yeah, that's basically what that looks like. Ronald Mage Donald. All right, the monk one. I think I actually already have the monk one unlocked because my main is a monk, and so I usually have most. I probably already have quite a few of the Raid Finder normal mode appearances unlocked. I think this is the season 1. Yeah, the vault of the Incarnates. Okay, I'm just missing one piece for both of the appearances, which is, I guess, the back, like the cloak. I don't love the green one, the normal one. I don't love the yellow one. I don't love this set all that much. I mean, the white is kind of cool, but I mean, the heroic is the best looking one. And I guess I just need to unlock like the legs and the bracers to complete this set. But I think this blue is probably the best looking set. The thing I hate about the monks is the fact that you're just barefoot. And I get why, like it feeds into the class fantasy, but I don't love it. Although I think I did find some boots that I think I do have some boots that that went with the set. Well, so I mean, yeah, I guess we can't upgrade the 480 pieces to heroic level. What eye level is heroic? Let's see here. 512. No, we definitely can't do that. But but I mean, each character is gonna unlock one 493 piece of gear, right? And the 493 champion gear, I suppose you could probably upgrade to the point that it can compete with heroic. The only issue is that we're not gonna have enough crests to do like an entire set, right? I don't think we'll be able to do I don't think we'll be able to get enough crests to unlock all of the heroic appearances. And the 493 pieces are completely RNG dependent. You only get one per week, it looks like. So, I mean, kind of SOL there, I suppose. All right, let's just quickly go through the rest of these sets because I want to figure out which ones of these I actually need to bother farming. The Paladin one is kind of mid as well. I mean, it's meh. I was hoping it was. I got really excited when you said that it was when I thought it was the tier 2 of WoW, like classic tier 2. Yeah. Priest is pretty cool looking. Yeah, the priest one this is definitely the coolest looking priest set I've ever seen. I just never play my priest. Like I've just never figured out how to play a priest, right? Like 19 and a half years playing this game, and I just never bothered to figure out how to play it. What was tier 2? Was not Vault. It was tier 2 was Aberrus. Right. Ooh, yeah. Okay, we gotta get the... Oh, geez. I can't believe I'm actually going to try to farm up flight stones because this is the best looking version of this. I mean, the Raid Finder is cool. Although, I don't know. The Raid Finder one I quite like, but I'm not gonna lie. This normal mode one is stunning. This is stunning. Although, you know what the issue's probably gonna be is I don't think I have a non-remix priest at level 70 yet. I may be able to get one of my non-remix characters up to 70 in time. And I think the overlap between the like pre-patch event, between the event and remix is like 3 or 4 days. And so I'm probably not going to have enough time to like grind out enough flight stones to upgrade the full set to normal. And so I probably will only get the Raid Finder version of this. I also cannot imagine myself doing enough content to have enough flight stones to upgrade all of their gear to 493 when we do like on a priest. So yeah, I'll have to make do with the Raid Finder, but that's still a sick looking set. The Rogue set, I mean, sure, why not? What is the Shaman set? Jeez, I mean, I like the I both like the shoulders and I also kind of don't. Amir Drasilak, I thank you. I don't know. I don't think the shoulders are the I don't think the shoulders are the reason that I don't love this set. I think it's... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not, Shaman is another class that I'm just not a... Is just a class that I'm not that big of a fan of. Like, because I've never figured out how to play them well. I mean, it's not terrible looking. It looks pretty epic, don't get me wrong. Is it? What spec is the most fun? Considering I play a Windwalker Monk, I've always thought that like, oh, I should enjoy playing a Shaman more. But I've never figured out like what spec is gonna be the most fun. So for someone who plays a Windwalker Monk, which chamois spec would you recommend that I go into? The Warlock set, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of this set. This is what, season 2? Enhancement. Okay, maybe I'll give enhancement a shot. Warrior set's pretty sick. And my warrior, there's a good chance that I actually do have enough light stones on him to upgrade everything to normal mode difficulty, to normal transmog at least. Yeah, true. I guess that is the other melee DPS. What are okay? Yeah, so I guess the 3 specs are that you like. One is the casting spec, one is the melee DPS, and one is the healer spec. Right? That's how little I know about freaking shamans. Because I remember that they could tank at one point. I think there was like an expansion or 2 where they could tank. But I don't think they can do that anymore, can they? All right. Let's I think we're gonna call it on the live servers, and we're just gonna get back to freaking. Oh wait, we have a world quest for a recipe. What's this? Oh, it's already known. Okay, fine. So we don't need to bother doing it. There were a couple of other things that I needed to check on the Dragon Isles map, but I don't remember what they were. There was something that I wanted to see if it was going to be worth farming on all of my alts. We haven't even picked up last hurrah, have we? Oh, sorry. The other thing that I was ranting about while I was muted was that feel so fluid, no pun intended, on healing on resto. I've leveled up all of the classes now. I know how to tank, I know how to DPS, obviously. I know how to play a melee DPS, I know how to play a caster DPS. Right? The only role that I have never done, like I could honestly tell you that I have never actually played, is a healer. And I can just not figure out what exactly I'm supposed to do. What would you say is a good starting point? Like, what's the easiest healer class for me to try out to get comfortable with healing? Because I really do want to test out healing. Like, I feel like it could be fun, right? And like it's one of, I guess, 4 roles now. I guess augmentation has the buff role. But no, what I was saying was that with it's wild that the Traveler's Log came out yesterday, and we've already gotten 75% of the way to the reward for this month by literally just doing the event. I don't love the reward at the end of this. I feel like they've put 2 mounts that are like 900 what do you call it, trader tenders on the vendor. I feel like they should have just given us one of the mounts as the reward for this, and then the second mount we buy with trader's tender. Because their whole thing was that you shouldn't ever be in a situation to run out of trader's tender. And I think this month, a lot of people, there's a good chance that you're gonna run out of trader's tender. If you just want to buy the 2 mounts alone, I think it's like 1,800 trader's tender. Oh yeah, the watch was dumb as heck. They've had some really bad end of month rewards, but I think this coward's target is definitely up there. Okay, the 2 mounts are 1,200. That's not too bad, I suppose. But you can only get 1,000 traveler's tender in a single month, right? Because you get what? Do you get 1,000? You get 500 for completing this. Yeah, you get 100, 200, 300, 400, and you get 500 here. And then you get 500 just from the box itself. So if you just joined the game, or if you spend all of your tenders every month, then there's a good chance that you don't have enough tenders just to buy the 2 mounts, right? Which kind of sucks. I mean, I guess you could freeze it and then buy it next month. I guess that's an option, but it just doesn't feel great. I feel like either they should have made the mounts 500 each, or made it so that if you buy one, you get the other one free. I need to go pick up those mounts, but I'll probably do it off stream, because I may also record something about it. But yeah, it looks like, I mean, just continuing to play the way we are, we'll probably hit this by like later today, if not tomorrow, without even attempting to do anything, right? What are the tasks that we completed so quickly? I guess just Radiant Echoes. We defeated the Fire Lord. We defeated 2 of the bosses. We haven't even finished off the 3rd boss. I don't know how much those are giving us. And then, oh, we completed. Wait, it's only showing Fire Lord and Onyxia, which presumably means that we haven't finished. We will get some more points from completing the 3rd one. We collected 10,000 residual memories. I mean, these all 4 of these were clearly tuned to when 10,000 residual memories was going to be tough to come by, which is probably why we've completed this entire thing so fast. And then I guess 100 Vigor by Dragon Riding is also just happens. It's just going to happen anyway. But Dream Surge Coalescence will complete as we're completing these quests. Is this tracking it at a character level? Because I've collected 8 here, and I don't know. In any case, yeah, we'll upgrade some items this month for sure. So that'll get done as well. The reputation will also get done. Pandaria, yeah, we'll end up completing the Pandaria remix ones as well. I'm just waiting for this free trial weekend thing to end, so that I don't risk leveling up my Twink Monk that I like run dungeons on. Oh heck, we'll probably get a bunch of all of these level up 20, 70. All of these will get done with just any of the remix characters, but I mean, yeah. So this month's Traveler's Log, at least they're not like making us work really hard to get this stupid reward. Special Trial of Sal. Did they only have okay, yeah, never mind. I was gonna say, did they only have these rewards for 2 of the bosses? But no, it looks like the 3rd one is gonna be whenever we do Lich King, which is probably coming up in another 20 minutes, right? It is interesting that they've moved over, that they've already started adding. Oh well, because I guess the end of this Traveler's Log, we're gonna be in the War Within. Jeez, I keep forgetting how soon the launch event is actually coming up. Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to struggle, however casually you're playing, to fill up this bar and get this craptastic reward. So I mean, the good news is that it'll be super easy to fill out the log this month. The bad news is that the reward is definitely not worth it. All right, so we've been streaming for at this point, what, like 4.5 hours. I'm gonna take a quick break, but ideally I would end the stream here, but I don't wanna leave leatherworking half covered. So we'll come back for just a couple minutes. We'll quickly look through leatherworking, look through the talent trees, and we'll just do sort of an expedited version of it, and then I will end the stream and go about my day. All right, well, thank you everyone for watching live. Thank you so much, Seek. You're definitely the goat of the stream. That's not an exaggeration in any way, shape, or form. I truly mean it. Yeah. There's a portal to Dalaran in both Orgrimmar and Stormwind. In Stormwind, it's right in the middle of the trade center, and then in Orgrimmar, it's right next to the main auction house in the Valley of Strength, I want to say. It's super easy. So if you're really trying to like degen grind the Mongs, and well, actually no, it doesn't work anymore, I suppose. Well, technically it would still work, because you'll still get that level 70 cash. What I was gonna say is, what you can do is you can just create a starter account, create an allied race. Like if you're playing Horde, you can just create a Volpera who start right in Orgrimmar itself. You just fly over to the portal, right? And you can, I've literally created the character at like 9 p.m. and hit the event and gotten one more transmog piece, as well as, I guess now even more of the current, like even more residual memories unlocked in like 5 minutes, right? So arguably, that may also be a super quick way to farm up residual Echo's currency is just creating a new character, creating a new allied race, running them through the thing, and then just like completing the quick boss on them, right? And then that's what, like, a free 1 or 2 pieces of transmog, plus like 2,000 residual echoes, which is not bad, right? What else do you get with that? Yeah, that's more or less it. But at the bare minimum, you can do that if you really want to farm up the transmog in a much more expedited manner. All right, let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and hop onto the beta and get back to the beta and finish off our little series here on leatherworking. And we're back. Yeah, so Seek, you were saying that it's really nice that they added a portal. I feel like that's the other frustrating part, right? Like, is this event, they got so many things right where they made it super easy to get to the event zone, right? They put up that portal room in Dalaran so you can easily get all of your characters there, right? They made it so that, you know, the quests were super straightforward. There were like proper event markers. They had like, you know, with the previous launch events, they've been very like slapdash. I feel like they got so many things right for this event, and then they just decided to like make it super difficult to get everything and then fix that a day later anyway. I don't know why Blizzard keeps recurringly doing this pattern where they release an event and then it's like not optimized, and then anything that like something that like anyone who looks at the event could tell you like, oh, this is what we should do. They don't do that and instead wait until until everyone gets really annoyed and then they bother with like actually fixing the dang thing. I feel like for sure, you know, they could quality control it to begin with. And then that way they won't have a bunch of angry people all over the internet complaining about how crap the event is to begin with, right? Instead, everyone will just talk about how awesome the event is. And that will probably bring back a lot more players than it would otherwise. All right, so we're continuing to go through and do our first crafts for leatherworking. But I don't think we should have an issue pushing to 50, which means we can unlock 2 of the talent trees. Which is kind of nice. I do wonder if we'll be able to push all the way to 60 for a second talent tree and potentially even 75 to unlock the final talent tree. The reason that it's kind of more relevant for leatherworking is because of the fact that you have you have both leather gear and mail gear that you craft, right? All right, we need whimsical wiring. Oh, I guess it makes sense that if it's an engineering item. The only question is which of these freaking vendors has them. I don't think we're going to have time to hop over to the leveling realm today, unfortunately. Not the botanist, not the rock collector. Maybe the rock collector? We may just not be able to do the first craft bonus unless we like open up the crafting order window, whimsical wiring. Maybe it's in the engineering satchel? Ooh. I don't know. Yeah, I was also wondering if I was also kind of hoping that maybe the pet would be tradable. I get why they didn't do that, but I know in past expansions the pets were like you could only get them then and they were tradable, and so they appreciated like a lot. I remember I think it was one of the launch events for one of the expansions. I farmed up and bought a whole bunch of those pets and then flipped them for like 200,000 gold more each a couple expansions later when you couldn't get them anymore. So I was kind of hoping that would be the case. All right, I cannot find this wiring on any of these vendors, it appears. So they may have just forgotten to add it to any of these vendors, or I've just skimmed over it and completely missed the item somewhere. Okay. Anyways, let's check out the trainer. Let's see if there's anything else that we can learn. Not jewel crafting, leatherworking. Okay, yeah, we unlocked 4 more items anyway, so the first craft bonuses from that should get us easily. Yeah, getting to 60 is definitely not going to be a challenge whatsoever. And so these use up the blue thunderous hides, which is what it is. I again messed up by not waiting until all right, we need another sunless carapace. Well, we need 2 more sunless carapaces. All right, let's get this done with quick because I'm already starting to get distracted by real life things. So I don't want the stream quality to drop too much. And I see we have a couple more people joining us on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. we are trying to figure out how best to level up leatherworking, and in a second here, once we push as far as we can with just vendor recipes, we're going to quickly take a look through the specializations. I don't think we'll have to spend too long on it, but yeah, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 45 minutes so far, so we're going deep today. All right, Scrapsmith's gloves we can't find the mats for. Did we hit? Yeah, we hit 50. We're already at 55 and we have 3 more recipes. Thunderous drums, that usually is a pretty good gold maker, right? All right, so we'll do the first craft bonus for this, first craft bonus for this, and we may actually be able to push all the way through to 75, although it does appear like maybe not. I have a feeling that these are going to turn green at either 65 or at 70, and so probably pushing past that will require us to buy one of these recipes that require Artisan's Acuity, or to specialize into one of the pieces of gear, or then interestingly, this says this comes from a quest. So I wonder how tough of a quest it'll be to get that. And then again, the embellished items seem to, or I guess these aren't. Yeah, I guess these are the embellished items. Seem to come from quests or drops, or that one's this one's from the raid, and then this one's just a world drop, I guess. Though it should be interesting to see whether this recipe is a world drop BOE or a world drop BOP. I suspect it may be a world drop BOE. And then it looks like these optional, the embellishment optional crafting reagents come from the actual specializations. Oh, I suppose we didn't really go through and look at all the different things we can craft within leatherworking. I mean, anyways, let's just do that quickly. Hides. Thunderous drums are always usually a gold maker, especially on raid nights, right? We needed to do the first craft bonus for this. Viridescent spores. Where are they? Where are they? The Master Botanist doesn't have them. Who does have them? Oh, the fresh leather and herbs will probably be the vendor that has them, right? That kind of makes sense. Or not. Or not, or I completely misunderstood the situation. Where on earth are viridescent spores? There we go. Okay, here we go. Let's just pick up a whole bunch of them and all right. So as with the other gear crafting professions, of course, this level 80 gear is going to be big gold makers. We're going to make a lot of gold off of these, I expect. The leveling gear, especially, again, the fact that leatherworking can craft leveling gear for both leather wearers and mail wearers is always awesome, right? It's really a 2-for-1 there, although we may have to specialize separately. We may need to have an additional... Well, no, it's probably going to be a similar situation where the optimum amount of leather workers to have ideally will be to have 4 of them if we can afford to buy all the mats to level up 4 leather workers, and we can like afford the time investment required to like level up 4 leather workers, then 4 will probably be the ideal amount, but we'll take a look at that in a second when we look at the specializations. All right, as always, we have armor kits as well. Great little gold maker there. What else do we have in here? Bestial patterns. I guess these are probably... Ooh, I hope we don't have to like go to anywhere to craft any of these. It looks like for now, these don't require any special tool bench, but there's a chance that these either... Yeah, I don't know, that some of these patterns require us to physically go somewhere, which would kind of suck. I don't like going out into the world. I tend to die a lot. I prefer the safety of the capital city where I can just stay in the auction house and move things around, right? The crafted PvP gear, as always, is going to be great, right? I expect to make a whole bunch of gold with these. Same reasons as we gave with blacksmithing, the fact that this time around, people can upgrade, this base gear itself as they unlock more of these tokens through PvP. And so dang near every PvPer is, in my understanding, will want to buy, a full set of this gear, which is great. The other nice little quality of life change that we have is the fact that these recipes are going to stay the same between seasons, and they'll just upgrade the output item, which is also great because as much as I liked having additional knowledge points each season, especially for a profession like leatherworking, where just the amount of knowledge points you need to max out the profession is so high. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do it before the War Within, and that's for Dragonflight. I mean, so as much as it'll suck that we don't get an extra, like, whatever this is, 20 bonus knowledge points per season, at least we only have to buy the recipe once and only make that investment up front. And if we pay it off in the first season, every season after that is already profit, right? Which is great. These recipes will be super expensive because I don't think 7,500 honor is particularly quick to farm, right? If anyone watching live is a PvPer, let me know in chat, how long would it take you to farm up 7,500 honor? I haven't PvP'd with any degree of seriousness in years, so I don't really fully understand the systems. But it looks like they can also drop from these contenders strong boxes the same way that they did in Dragonflight. I think in Dragonflight that was the only way to get the recipes, and I guess now you can also just buy them with honor. So make friends with PvPers if you're planning on maxing out your gold. And then lastly, we have the profession tools, which are, again, we'll spend artisan acuity. We'll get most of those. In some of them, we'll need Kej as well. But by and large, it looks like it's just from Dornagle you pick up, you'll spend artisan's acuity and you'll unlock the various recipes along the way. Now, let's move over to the talent trees. Crafting orders, I don't think there's much to say. It's similar to all the other professions, right? You want to ideally use your crafting orders if you can while leveling up so that, you get more skill that way. And also, you want to complete as many of these as it's feasible to do so, because the fact that they will give you knowledge points, they'll give you artisan's acuity, both of which you need in spades, especially early on, right? Not much more to say about that. All right, coming over to the specializations. Now, it looks like it's got a pretty similar, layout to the other the other armor crafting professions, at least, right? We have the 4 specializations, learned leatherworker, and I'm guessing this will just give you overall skill to leatherworking in general, depending on what the bonus is. This may be the first tree that we want to pick, but basically you get better at leatherworking, right? You get more concentration and ingenuity, you get more multi-craft, and you get more resourcefulness. This is a fairly standard tree. Interestingly enough, so when we unlock it, you consume 2% less concentration. That's a nice little early talent, but it doesn't look like this will help us with leveling up. So as much as I thought that this would be a good first tree, I take that back already. I don't think it makes sense to start off here because of the fact that the ingenuity is really only going to benefit you once you max out, or once you reach a certain level of leatherworking. Ingenuity is going to be kind of useless unless you're using it for concentration, right? Ingenuity is not nearly as valuable as the stat it replaced inspiration. And I see we have even more people on the stream. Welcome to the stream, everybody. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if you're playing the Radiant Echoes event. If you are excited for the War Within, and if you are, what are you most excited for? As y'all can probably tell, given the fact that at this point, I think I've literally made like 200 hours worth of content on live streams about gold making and professions and mount collecting. So in case you were curious, those are the things that I'm most excited about in the War Within, but primarily professions and gold making. Well, I would say probably in order of preference. Like in order of like things I'm excited about, I'm super excited about the warband wide stuff. I love playing alts. I love having a whole bunch of alts, so I'm super excited about that. I'm also super excited about all the profession changes and everything as well. But let me know in the chat what are you most excited for about in the War Within, or if you have any questions about the professions or any of that. Earlier on the stream, if you want to check it out later, we looked through blacksmithing, we covered the Radiant Echoes events and all the changes. We looked at how all of that is working, some of the things they buffed, some of the things they nerfed, because they did actually nerf some things as well. You wouldn't be able to tell from the blue post or from the Wowhead articles, but they did actually nerf the drop rate on the armor pieces. On the whole, you'll probably still gather Radiant Echoes gear faster than you would before the changes. But it is important to note that as well. Anyway, coming back to the leatherworking talent tree. We went over how to level it a second ago, or we wrapped up how to level it a couple seconds ago. But it looks like you can pretty easily push to about probably 70 skill points with just the trainer recipes. And without requiring any mats that are too crazy, right? You can probably push, hopefully we can push to 75 and unlock a third talent tree. Or sorry, the fourth talent tree. We can already do 3 of them because 60 is the new breakpoint. So the breakpoints for unlocking more talent trees is you get your first one at 25, you get your second one at 50, your third one at 60 skill level, and the fourth one you'll unlock at skill level 75. Those used to be, you used to unlock them at 75 and 100. They've reduced the amount required, like they've reduced the skill required to unlock more talent specializations, which I think is a great change, so that it just will make the profession leveling experience a lot smoother. In any case, this tree, I mean, maybe we'll spend 5 points into here just to unlock a sub-specialization. The main reason will be... Okay, never mind. It seems it's not as straightforward as I thought. I thought this would be a tree that just gives you more, like just makes you a better leather worker. It doesn't seem to be the case. It looks like there are some things in here as well. You get +3 ingenuity. So this is primarily seems to be a concentration ingenuity tree, which is not great because, like I'm saying, I don't really think that that ingenuity is necessarily worth all that much, to be honest. Concentration, yeah, but ingenuity, I don't really care too much for. Yeah. In any case, unlocking through here, I mean, we have a more predictable resourcefulness tree, right? This will be probably something you want to unlock at some point. Early on, it's not going to be the biggest gold. Well, early on, it will be good because you'll save a lot of resources. Like you'll save a lot of mats while you're leveling up the professions. But I would say in the mid to late game is when this will come in most handy. But definitely not where we want to spend our first couple of points. Right? Commanding concentration. This is, again, another ingenuity concentration tree. I mean, okay, I guess we'll get a lot of concentration in a lot of concentration buffs and ingenuity, but I mean, investing 60 points into ingenuity and concentration just doesn't seem like it's going to feel all that great. This is the tree that's more interesting to me. Hone your skills to craft more consumables and reagents, gaining +1 skill per point in the specialization when crafting consumables and reagents. Plus, this gives you multi-craft, right? This is definitely one of the trees that we want to take. And I'm definitely going to have one leather worker that is going to max out this tree right in week 1 if possible. We'll put 5 points in here and then we'll max out this tree. And then probably, I mean, we'll see what these other talent trees give us. But probably after that, they're going to dump the rest of their points into resourcefulness so that they can just craft mats as cheaply and as high quality as possible, right? And we will use them to push mats onto our other characters that are actually going to craft end products that we sell out. I mean, we will sell some of the mats that we craft as well, but primarily we will be doing this in order to be able to acquire our mats cheaper for our own, for the other crafters that we need to level and all that good stuff. Now, coming over to the next tree, it looks like we have luxurious leathers, which is going to be your standard armor crafting tree, right? We've seen it in tailoring, we've seen it in blacksmithing with weapons and whatever, and it looks to be much the same, right? You dump points in here, you get more skill. Interestingly enough, you get ingenuity as you go and resourcefulness. It looks like they're giving you some other stats along the way, but fairly standard, right? You'll dump, I guess, 10 points in here, and at which point you'll pick either shaped or embroidered, and then you'll dump more points in here, getting skill in crafting those items as you go, and then you'll pick a specific slot and you'll unlock the recipe for it. This is all the spark gear, and this is fairly straightforward. Not a huge change from how it works in Dragonflight. Not really too much to be said here. Potentially we may want to like max out this tree on one of our leather workers to focus on crafting the leather PvP gear, and then we have another leather worker that we focus more on the mail gear. And I mean, the mail tree is literally exactly the same between the two. So I'm not even going to bother looking through all of the nodes here. But essentially, we'll probably want to have at least one leather worker who's, again, optimal scenario, right? Mats and time and all that isn't a constraint. Then we want one who will craft all of our mats. We'll want one who crafts all of our leather gear, right? And that's both the leveling gear as well as the PvP gear. And then we'll have one that sort of maxes out the mail gear and focuses on crafting all of the mail gear, the leveling gear, the PvP gear, all that fun stuff. Now, this is the tree that I'm most interested in, because this is... oh, and sorry, this character will probably also want to be the one that crafts our drums, right? Because its consumables are also through here. So consumables, and it's I would guess that this character will also be the one to churn out, like, yeah, drums, the armor kits, and like the finishing reagents and things, right? If there's a market for those, the optional reagents and all those as well. Now, the fourth, so it looks like this talent tree is sort of an interesting one. I guess Leatherworking and Dragonflight had a similar fourth tree that sort of gave you skill in kind of random things. But let's see what it says here. It says, improve your ability to craft profession equipment. That's big, right? Profession equipment, like I keep saying, is a huge gold maker. If there's a gold rush going on, you want to sell shovels, not gold. Learn to craft embellishments with various effects. Cool. Gain additional skills and resourcefulness when crafting armor kits and other consumables. Okay, so here as well, I suspect that there's going to be multiple builds that we want to do. This will give us skill points in crafting Khazalgar items. Specialty items from Khazalgar. Now, I don't know what that means particularly. I don't know if this tree gives us skill to every single one of these subcrafts. We will test it out in a second here. But if so, then this is actually the general leatherworking tree, which would be kind of interesting. But it does say specialty items, so we'll have to see what is impacted by it and what isn't, and that may also change between the beta and the live. So we will have to take everything with a grain of salt here. But basically, we'll dump 10 points into here and unlock the first sub specialization. Along the way, we're picking up, plus 15 ingenuity. Cool. Don't really care that much. Resourcefulness is nice. More ingenuity, again, don't really care. But we unlock the second, third, fourth, and fifth specializations within 5 points of each other, which is kind of nice. Let's see what these actually are. Now, the first one is Arathi Armorer. +1 skill creating Arathi items. We learn to craft the Blessed Weapon Grip. Is that, I think that's a mat? Do we have any filters on? Blessed Arathi Grip, or is that one of these? Oh, this is the optional reagent. Okay. I guess they renamed it from Blessed Arathi Grip to Blessed Weapon Grip, or vice versa. So this is one of the optional reagents. Cool. Closer to expansion launch, we'll have to see whether this embellishment shows up on any of the BIS lists for popular classes, in which case this could be worth unlocking. But most likely, yeah, let's look further into the tree. More resourcefulness and things while crafting them, right? And they use less concentration. So beyond that, this looks more like a gear crafting sort of build. The Blessed Weapon Grip, you could make a fortune selling these if they are on a BIS list. But yeah, it is what it is. Nerubian Noose, writhing armor banding, and to max out this tree, it will basically cost us, what is it, 10, about 40. So we could realistically unlock this item in the first week. The only point is that those embellishments, well, I suppose in week 1, because I think you can attach those embellishments to the blue crafted gear, or at least someone can. Yeah, you can. We can without even investing a single point. So okay, there should be a market for these. If it's on the BIS list, then we would want to craft them. Otherwise, yeah, we'll have to see. Same thing goes for this tree as we did with the other ones. You just get more skill and stats along the way. Now, Beastly Bulwarks. When crafting beast items, you get bonus skill, and then again stats to those items. we will craft the weathered stormfront vest and smoldering pollen hauberk. So again, this is a gear crafting talent tree, right? I think these are these items, these beastly items that we were trying to figure out here. Yeah, you'll just get better at crafting all these. Again, very spark dependent and dependent entirely on crafting orders. Generally not how I like to make gold, but if you are interested in, you know, if you enjoy crafting orders and customer service and all that, I felt like I was just making that up, but I'm happy to hear that there are actually people like that out there. But for me, I much rather prefer just bulk crafting things, throwing them up on the auction house and moving on to my next alt. I feel like that's the most scalable way of making gold, right? So of less interest to me. Then we have the epic ensembles, and this is a profession equipment tree, which is interesting to me because I really think there's a lot of gold to be made in profession equipment. I made a lot of gold during Dragonflight, and I don't expect it to be any different in the War Within. If anything, even more so the case, right? But basically, when we learn this, we'll just get bonus skill, which will make it cheaper and easier for us to craft higher level profession equipment. Not much actually in the way of actual benefits though, right? We use less concentration, cool. Ideally, I don't want to use any concentration when I'm crafting profession equipment because I want to be able to churn out as many as I can. The only real benefits are the skill and are going to be the skill and like the stats that we get along the way. But really for resourcefulness, I think this tree would still then be better than that one, right? Because this gives us resourcefulness to everything and also means that resourcefulness refunds more mats when it does proc. So we'll have to see how we feel about this. Potentially it could make sense. I'm hesitant to add a 5th leatherworker, but if we have to do that, we may have to do that. We'll see. Because you will need to invest. I mean, to max this out, we'd have to put in 30 points here and another 10 points here. So you can max it out week 1, but is it going to be worth the time and the energy? That's sort of where this is the other tree that I'm very intrigued by. Now, the reason being is twofold. It appears that I'm not sure if they'll clarify the definitions here, but when they say consumables, I assume that means drums as well as the armor kits, which means we have this tree here, which gives us some benefits. The multi-craft is the most interesting part of this, right? And for consumables, either way, I think this is going to be the first tree that you want to go into. And I think that's always going to be superior to, I think having more multi-craft is always going to be superior to whatever this tree can offer. But let's take a look and see what it offers us, right? Finishing reagent slot when crafting armor kits and reagents, that could be handy. But we only need about 10 points into this to be able to unlock that. Multi-craft, skill, multi-craft, skill, multi-craft, and skill. So probably this would be maybe the 2nd or 3rd tree. I don't think we need to dedicate a crafter to this, right? I don't think I need to have a separate leatherworker. So we may actually be able to get away with just 3 leatherworkers for the base stuff. It remains to be seen whether or not we'll want necessarily someone who specializes in the profession equipment. If we have a free slot and if it's not too painful to level up leatherworking on another alt, we may create a profession equipment alt that just specializes into epic ensembles and is able to craft the best profession equipment. But otherwise, I think those are the 3 main like gold factory specs that I would consider as being crucial. The first one being, you know, the industrious innovations and basically focusing on crafting consumables and reagents. The second would be a leather gear crafter. The third would be a mail gear crafter. And then this tree's sort of a bit more loopy-doopy, right? It will really depend. I have a feeling that the learned leatherworker talent tree is going to be more important to us than spotless stitching, and we'll probably have better returns per knowledge point. But I mean, there is a chance that this is equally powerful as well. It'll really depend on the breakpoints, and I will need to at some point sit down and sort of analyze that. The thing is, we've now been on stream for 5 hours and 15 minutes, so 24-hour stream. Sorry, Seek. I just saw your message saying about a 24-hour stream. I don't know. Would you be interested in something like that? I have considered, because I'm trying to figure out like what to do for launch. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna stream launch. I think I probably will do some streaming during like the launch, but I don't know if I'm just gonna like try and do a marathon stream and leveling session and just try and get like my main from 70 to 80 in like one long like 8-hour stream. I feel like I may get really tired and boring by the end of that, because I mean we've streamed for about 5.5 hours today, and I already feel like I'm fading, which is why I was gonna say that like I don't have the time or the patience right now. Like I don't have the mental acuity, the artisan's acuity, as it were. I don't have the concentration. My concentration cooldown has run out. To figure out, to do some of the theory crafting around which of these trees will be better. That said, this is also still beta, so I'm sure they're going to tweak these numbers a whole bunch. I don't think we'll see anything materially change, but the final numbers that we're seeing here may sort of vary a bit, and so we'll probably need to figure that out closer to launch and closer to when Blizzard has a more finalized version of the build, I guess would be the point here. But okay, so leatherworking overall, it seems like, again, we're going to be able to push to probably 60, definitely 60, but possibly as far as 75. And so we'll be able to unlock quite a few of the talent trees. I don't think unlocking 3 talent trees is going to be difficult at all. Unlocking the 4th may take a little bit more effort. And in either case, at that point, I don't think unlocking the trees is going to be your problem. It'll mainly be having enough knowledge points to do everything that you need to do, which... yeah, I mean, given the fact that they have sort of indicated that the knowledge points will be time gated and that we'll have catch-up systems and so forth, you know, all of this isn't necessarily prep and aren't necessarily things you need to do week 1. I, like me personally, I will most likely, you know, get my my main, who has enchanting and jewel crafting. I'll probably level those up. My main alt, which is my Death Knight, and the character I plan on leveling up second most likely, has leatherworking and tailoring on him. I'll probably bother leveling up those. And I may also do... I'll probably do my blacksmith miner next, potentially. Or my... I don't know. I need to figure out the order that I plan on doing these characters in. Also the order that I enjoy playing them in, I suppose. Yeah. So I don't know. All that remains for me to figure out, but in either case, I think probably what I'll do is level up, you know, at least one character with each of the professions in the first like week or two, and then for the alts, I'll probably wait until mat prices come down a bit or to a reasonable enough level that I can afford them, or turn a profit while leveling the profession, which may take a couple of weeks. And I'd recommend honestly that you do the same. You know, maybe focus on 1 or 2 professions in the first week or two, especially if you're a little strapped for gold, or if you know you just don't want to spend all that much, and then gradually build up the other ones later. It's not like Dragonflight where you kind of get got penalized for not hopping on your professions from week 1. With the catch-up system that the Blizzard has planned, you know, you will be just as competitive. If you start in week 2 or 3, the only thing is you'll pay less to actually level up the profession, which is definitely going to be, which may actually be an advantage for you, because you then may have more capital with which to work, right? And you'll have given everyone else the time to sort of see how markets are responding, where the profits are, you know, how things are actually working on live. Whereas during week 1 and week 2, you may think that something is going to be the best source of, you know, the best like build that you can get for a specific profession, but then actually have it not pan out the way my enchanting went. But anyway, with that said, I think we're gonna wrap up the stream here. I feel like I am starting to fade a bit, and so I don't want to subject y'all to me trailing off more and more like this, which will happen. I need to go eat something as well, so Yeah, but that said, thank you so much for everyone who watched the stream live. I love how many viewers we've had on today's stream. It always makes me feel really good. Thank you so much, as always, to our MVP Seek Jut for chatting a whole bunch and for keeping me company throughout this entire thing. Thank you. If you are watching the stream live, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the content, drop a follow. If you're watching live on YouTube, subscribe, drop a like on the video, and yeah, other than that, I mean, we're on Instagram, we're on TikTok. Like, I have an Instagram, I have a TikTok, I have a Twitter account, and of course, we're on Twitch and YouTube as well. On YouTube, I've started posting a whole bunch of shorts, and I've got a bunch more in the works as well, relating to professions, to mount collecting, to alt armies, to all of the different things that I tend to cover on stream. So if you're interested in any of those subjects, please do go check out my YouTube channel and check out the shorts there. I am trying to cross-post them to the other platforms, but usually YouTube is where my videos and my shorts show up first. Beyond that, of course, I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at about 4 p.m. my time, which is about 5.5 hours before now. So it's 9:30 p.m. where I live, which means if you're watching this live, it's 5.5 hours before this is when the stream goes live on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I'm trying to also put together a schedule for the videos so that there's just a bit more like plannedness to it all. But that said, thank you so much, everyone, for everything, for the views, for the engagement. Seek, thanks again, man, for being here. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have the remaining transmogs that you're still trying to collect from Remix Drop for you. I hope the RNG gods are ever in your favor, both for you and for everyone else who's watching this. But thank you so much, everyone, for everything. I'm gonna head out. Take care. Have fun. Bye-bye. Hey gang, so warbanks have finally been fixed and they are super awesome.